Pots of Iron and it'll be like okay, but not in a captain game. You have to have like a special build.
Wow. Look at how many people are joining. Damn.
Gonna be big, I
It's
hope.
pretty hot in here.
It might even be bigger than the first game we had. I think it was like 21 to 20 odd was like the numbers we ended up at the highest, I think.
50, 51, 54 right now on
I'm gonna be honest,
Twitch.
boys, that's really solid for like a weekend game. Do you know what I mean? Like we don't promote on other channels. It's really just the Discord. And then if you're like a randomer coming in, I think that's solid, mate. I genuinely think that if we were to promote this in a healthy way, not like an obnoxious way, we'd end up with like 30 on 30 easily.
Oh, we just need some popular ghosty streams, right?
I know, right? They're getting better every week, or worse, depending on how you look at it. Oh, I'm gonna go make a coffee, boys. I'll be back soon. I'll dip out of Discord as well, so that your chat's not picked up on stream. But yeah, for anybody that's tuning in now, and there are a few of you already, there's a big game that's about to happen. It's going to be big. It's going to be wild.
It's a funny meme in general chat. The one with the Team Fortress one.
Hello again. Well, those are people who are not full here.
There's a lot of people joining. Oh wait.
These pieces of garbage. You don't know who the hell.
Is it a? Did they just reset the map?
Anyway.
Yeah, I think there's a map reset.
Yeah. No.
I hope.
Just lost like half the server. Oh no.
Noobs.
Okay, guys. Let's see. We're starting. Okay.
But let's go to your friends.
All right. I'll go to my friends.
Oh wait. Oh you yeah, I don't know.
There's a player on this who claims to not be a nerd. That's outrageous.
Oh, Runebogler with the follow. Thank you. Holy shit. I'm out, boys. Have a good game.
No problem.
GG's. Oh, I really appreciate that. We are growing. It's a weird one. We're not really promoting that much. I don't think I really want to be that guy that promotes a ton, but I feel like you guys that do tune in, you enjoy it. So thank you. It helps with like algorithms and stuff. I don't know. And also, Crazy Maniac, thank you as well for the follow. You actually followed as my stream was ending, so I do apologize if I missed that. So what's happening now? We have some really big game. Well, we have a big game coming up, and these are two stacks of players. I'll pull the stack list up. But let me real quick, because I do like a bit of music. Let me get some music up. Do we have any preferences at all? Oh, do you know what? It's Saturday night. We'll pick the tempo up a little bit. And we'll go for a little bit of this. Do I have a whole... No copyright? Thing is, last time I got stung by this. It turned out it absolutely was copyright. And I don't want to get done. Terrible. What is this? There are no good mixes on. Are this any good? Yeah, boy. I may get copyright strike. I don't know. Who knows? I certainly don't. Right, let's pull up the list of players who are in today. So on one side, we have Timinator, Pipes, Rune Boggler, Mystic Amber, Chrono, Bits Oreo, Cliff, and Clutch. Joshua, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good weekend, my dude. This is game number 2, by the way. So we've already had one game. Let me know if the music's a bit loud. In fact, if any of you can tell me if the music is a bit loud, that would be great, because I've just stuck a new audio mix on. And hopefully it's coming through, but not like obnoxiously so. So yeah, so game number 1, we saw the North versus the South. It was a really close game, and the VOD of that game has gone up onto Twitch. And then tomorrow I'll pull that onto my YouTube. Today, we have 2 organized teams. On the North, or on one side, depending on who picks who, we have Timinator, Pipes, Rune Boggler, Mystic Amber, Chrono, Bits Oreo, Cliff, and Clutch. That's one team. On South, we have basically MCP versus TSG for any of you old school players out there. It's Soldier, Enkling, Fire, Carl, Smiling Nasty, Eagle, Dampy, Jason, Hydra, Walrus. And we don't think Ragnarok's going to be coming in for this one, which is a shame because Ragnarok is an incredibly strong player. They will take over both North and South. And then from there, they'll be picking the rest of our player base. So we have like a really organized setup of like pre-made stacked players. And then the rest of these absolute degenerates. And I can call them that because I play them every week. And they are. So welcome. This is going to be a good game. This is going to be a lot of a slower paced game than the first one. We're looking at a 3-hour window of strong play, followed up by probably an hour of MCP has a new captain. Excellent. So yeah, if any of you are new and you don't really know what's going on, that's absolutely fine. We will go through all of the different mechanics of the game mode, of kind of what's going on in the main area, what's going on the side areas. The very first thing that we need to do is to pick a map. So I believe that we've decided on this particular map. I'll explain what all of this stuff is as we go. We have the initial teams are pre-made groups of players that there is potential. Are you on the Bite to Battles Discord? Is there a way you can DM me the name of that player? And I'll see, because I'm not refereeing this one, but I know who is refereeing, so I'll be able to ask if that's available. The reason why this is a special event is because of the strength of both sides. So if you can DM me on Discord, you'll find me, I'm online at the moment on the Bite to Battles Discord, and if you don't have a link to that, I'll send you a link now. Ping me a DM of your in-game name and also your friend's in-game name, and I can't make any promises, but I believe because you're new, you're not going to, I don't want to be rude, you're not going to have a huge impact on the game, so it's not like game changing. Fire 3231 this game. He might play with Carl's big red rocket. Well, Carl does like to hold out a little bit, you know. He's known for stalling, so that red rocket might be on ice for some time. But yeah, here we go. We've already seen now the initial picks happening. So we have 9 on 8, and these are the pre-made. And now, all of our... We put a blue belt here. That's terrible. Everybody else on our server is now allowed to play. So this isn't exclusive. It's not like these guys versus these guys, and that's it. 3, 2, 1, they get to go. This is everybody else is coming into. The idea being that these guys are running the show. They've planned this. I know a few of them have been training a little bit in the background. So let me start a prediction up. And obviously don't guess just yet. Have a look at, and I'm gonna put a really long time. You've got 30 minutes to make this prediction, so do not choose straight away. But you have 30 minutes to have a look at the players that are on either side. and guess who you think's going to win. Taking a look at the map, really large iron patch, copper patch is really healthy, stone is enormous, there's oil very close, there's lovely amount of uranium ore, just enough to get a nuke up. I'm just going to watch this one. Okay, we're doing this again. Okay, I'm not involved in the organizing of this, so something must have bugged out just then. Ah, got you. Right, there was a 6-player group. Yeah, fair enough. We like to join one by one. You know, one by one. Okay. One thing you can do is, just for the time being, yep. So initially what I'd say is, if you want to play with your friend, don't join at the very beginning. So when they ask you if you want to join, hit no for now, but ask me later. And then later on, whichever team you go into, I can see if there's a space for your friend as well. And effectively, I don't think that you probably have less than 100 games of this, I'm guessing, of Biter Battles. I mean, I'd recognize you, if that makes sense. Why are we doing this again? We're going for a third time. Interesting. It's nice to not be on the other end of this. What? Oh my god. So this is a special event. Yeah, like don't click to be captain. You need a lot of experience to do it. You know, it's simple stuff. We would normally filter players either side of this, but most people understand the way this goes. Normally new players who aren't too sure. It's nice to see that when I'm not refereeing, the same like shithousery happens. Awesome. Now we're back to picking again. So if you're a new player, what we tend to do on the weekends is we have organized games. There is a deep discrepancy in MMR and ELO scores between the player base, mine being over 9,000 and Whisper's being around about the double-digit figures. So we should be on the same team. It'd be unfair for us to go against each other. So what this is us splitting the player base down the middle with some of the more experienced players, followed by some of the lesser experienced, and then some of the brand new players. And that will lead us into a very competitive game of Biter Battles. So yeah, to answer your question, don't go for the first round picks. X7RH51. I'm going to call you X7, if that's all right. Don't go for the first round pick. Hold off for now. And we will... Okay, awesome. And then, yeah, we'll get you in the first 5 minutes. What we don't want to do is cause an imbalance. As you can see now, it's 8 on 8. If it ended up being 10 on 8, I don't think you're going to do too much damage as a 2-man stack. You could also be highly skilled as well, and that's something we have to watch out for. You know, hidden professionals. But yeah, this is looking to be a really good game. Really, really good game. So, this guy's taking the game seriously. But that's absolutely fine. You know, I think I'd say to new players that everybody kind of needs to get done. You probably saw it in game 1. You need loads of walls early on. So, you know, building up power is a really good thing a new player can do. Building up smelting of bricks. And the blueprints will be put down by your team. So you don't need to worry about building the smelter yourself by hand. They'll have a blueprint that they want to work to. And it's just about plugging everything in. Basically, you know, you've got this incredible skeleton that will be created in front of you. And then as you go, as new players, you can kind of plug in fresh items into that. And I've got a little bit of an effigy, OG, which I bet none of you know what the story is behind that, because it doesn't stand for Original Gangster. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's actually a bit of a legend behind why I'm called this. I don't think I've actually talked about that on stream. Genuine, I don't think I've ever said why I've got that behind my name, because normally I just go by Ghosty. If you have me on Steam or played any other games with me, like Counter-Strike or Dota, it's just Ghosty. But particularly this moniker here has a meaning to it. And it's nothing too serious. It's nothing too out there. It's just flying don't fly. Excellent. So yeah, we're slowly picking the teams out now. So it was 9 for either side, I believe. And now we're just getting all of the new players filtered in. We should end up with a really large game here. This is now catering more to the American side of life, where it's kind of beyond their midday into their afternoon, evening, as well as I think some of the Australian players will be waking up at this point. I might be wrong about that, depending on whether you're East or West Coast. But yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be very good. But there's not a huge amount to talk about now, right now, other than the layout of the map, which looks quite generous. There are areas where you could build very good outposts. In fact, this is lovely. 1.6 million, almost a mil 3. Yeah, mate, this. Ooh, this is nice. I wouldn't necessarily opt for that directly, but coincidentally, the West doesn't have as much. How are the stone patches looking? Yeah, I mean, you've got to just... I would be shocked, highly shocked, if somebody doesn't plop an outpost in this area right here. Like, it's perfect. It's actually perfect. Oil, huge coal, huge... Like, you need a lot of copper to go late game, and this will go late game. I like it. I actually really like it. It's good, isn't it? It's a good spread. We have some water, but not like huge forests either, but there's good wood here. You know, you've got enough room to, you know, create a decent defensive block. You know, say for instance, if I'm looking south and, you know, we're talking optimal setups here, but if I'm looking south, I'm like, do you know what, I could maybe, you know, something like this in the early game, you know, for your walls. You could put all of your smelting like down here in this open area, and maybe your mall, and then, you know, later on you can build like all the different tiers and kind of other productions around here. With power maybe sat here. I mean, do you know what I mean? You can really see from the, you know, and then down the line, if you really want to expand, and obviously your outposts will take care of the rest of it, like that could be your third block of production. I like it. Before bots, because once you have bots, you can kind of move the walls around as you like. But for now, at the very beginning of the game, and we're seeing now 13 on 13, with still a lot of people to be picked. In fact, whilst we're waiting, and I hate to do this, but I'll leave the teams up as it goes. I'm gonna go and get some food. I'm gonna go and make a sandwich, I think. So I'll be a minute, maybe 2 minutes at max. But we're in that picking phase now, where both teams are trying to figure out who out of this player pool, out of the gene pool, where some of these players are high IQ and some of them are not so much. Oh yeah, we need to stick this to. Yeah, we can. How dare you, banned, Low Dark. This is a benevolent dictatorship. And you're going to jail. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sandwich. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes of picking left. Then the game will start. So I don't want to kind of bore you to death with no chat if there's nothing going on. So get some water, sort yourself out. We need to change the... Okay, somebody will swap it out. I'm back in a minute. So. Oh yeah, is the music loud enough? Can you actually hear it coming through? Sometimes it's like silent. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Not too loud because I hate it when it's like horrible. Mega. All right. I am back in 2 minutes. We're on 15 on 15. The game will probably start around about the mid-20s, 24, 24, 23, 23. So yeah, awesome. Big game tonight, guys. And if you're not playing, feel free to watch. This honestly is going to be a banger. These are like the seriously organized games. This is like not just, oh, I'll be captain and I'll be captain, and then one team just wins because they're trying harder. Both teams are going to be going. This is like a Formula One race. Cars are kind of equal. It's more about driving style now. So, yeah. Back in a minute. I tell you what, we need to implement minus elo for stream snipers for sure. I pointed something out last game, and the moment I pointed it, somebody went and fixed it. You sneaky devils. Absolutely sneaky devils. What are we looking at now? 21 on 20. The start of a game, that is very nice. I have pot noodle number 2 locked and loaded by the kettle. So there's going to come a time where, things are a bit slow. I'm going to lose a little bit of energy. Run into the kitchen, bang, kettle on, Bombay bad boy number 2 is on the way. So yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be a good night. I don't normally do the later night streams, but I mean, look at this, 24 on 23. In my defense, no, there is no defense. Firstly, it's terrible. I ran yesterday and I'm running tomorrow. So I've got a 5-mile run on the cards. So I feel like I'm fueling myself completely incorrectly. I will basically cramp up the moment I step outside. Yeah, no, there's no need. You don't need to, it's just a great idea. And by the way, Bombay Bad Boy, S tier. And they have a doner kebab one too. Come on. Give me a doner kebab pot noodle any day of the week. Holy shit. Cool. S tier being superhero tier. I'll hear none of that. Absolutely none of it. Bombay Bad Boys have gotten me out of a pickle many a time. Many a time. I would not be the man sat here talking to you right now. That's the influence, the level that they've had on my life. Positive, obviously. Impact. Oh, Discord. Alright, I'm not going to play this one. I normally would, but it would be unfair. Simo's on North. Okay, yeah, so we have somebody now changing the difficulty. Ordecker is a legend, by the way. Genuine. The last thing I think I'm ever going to say, if I leave Bite of Battles and I never come back, the last thing I'm ever going to say is Fordecker is a legend. And I mean it. Genuine. Like, it's helped me out in some really, really difficult situations when it comes to this. Big guns. Yeah, I want to play, but it wouldn't be fair. That's the problem. Look at this. Look how balanced this is. If I come on, that's like having like another 24 people join your team. It would be 48 versus 24. It's not fair, dude. And again, I stay humble, obviously, but that's how difficult it is sometimes. It's a real burden when you're this good at a video game. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just not, I don't want to ruin 24 people's night. These are all my friends. Well, some of them. All right, not this guy, but everybody else. I consider all these people my friends. Some of them even family. And I wouldn't want to hurt them. I wouldn't want to annoy them and piss them off and jump into a game and ruin it for them. So I haven't played in ages, mate. I don't even know what my elo is. I'm too afraid to look. Although in my defense, the last 6 or 7 games I've played with new players, showing them stuff. So it's not like I was tryharding, but yeah, we're on for a good start. Although the North have already lost people, which is not a good look. And there's the difficulty, right, awesome. It would be a real shame if we set all of this up and we get stuck on normal. And we should be going soon. Let's take a look at the players. In the North, we the North, Neuro, Runeboggler, Cognitive Fun, Cliff Build, Ness, Draydrin, our current winning captain, Dr. Claw, Clutch, Mystic Amber, Bullin, Bitsorio, Amelik, Ragnar Lothbrok, Gaming Guy 63, Timinator, Cracks, Pipes, Kahito, Chrono, Ansbal, Minumaran, Custom Socks, and Zymoltus. Cool. So, what I say is if you can, the next time they ask for people to join, click on the I would like to play, then you'll go to one of these teams. But make sure that your friend does not click I want to play, because there's a 50-50 chance he ends up on the opposite side, and then your enemies, not friends. So tell your friend to hold off. You go through, and you'll either be picked onto North or onto South. And then I'll start talking to the referee and asking them if they want to, if they'll allow you to go over and play with your friend. It's maybe not the best game to do that, And there is a high potential that they're just going to tell me to, just let your friend be picked onto a team. But I know the referees, I know the people that are here. I'm 90% sure that as long as it's not imbalanced, and these North need 2 more players anyway, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that you get in. So what's probably happening at the moment is we're still, here we go. Awesome, so you're on the North. What I'll do is when the game begins, and when both teams ready up, the best thing that your friend can do, in fact, I've got your friend's name here, don't I? You messaged me it. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let the game begin, and then I'll message the referee saying, can we put these 2 people together? They're both fresh, and I can check stats as well to make sure that there's no secret 500 game player coming in. All right, we've had one side ready up. 50 people in the server as well, with a good, I want to say 10 people spectating as well. That's solid, man. That's really, really good. Okay, and on a Saturday night, 50 Bite Battle nerds are about to duke it out. 2 pre-made teams with everybody else left on the server. And away we go. And a fast start we will see for sure. For sure. There are people that are going to be running around looking for their outposts. They've been talking for the last 5 minutes in Discord about where to go and what to do. So this is no, right, how do we get this done? What are we up to? This is going to be quick, pretty fast and furious. So let me get onto you playing with your friend real quick. Has he joined the server? Let me look. Did you get moved on to south or north? You in the game? Lukey Luke, is it? Oh, you're on north. Yeah, there we go. I see you, mate. I see you. I know it's a lot of people, dude. I love it though. Can you imagine if we end up with like 30-30 or 40-40? The way these games are gonna go, it's nuts. Absolutely nuts. So yeah, I'm looking forward to. If the game becomes more popular, it doesn't have to be. That's all good. I'm gonna get your copy. Okay, yeah, if your friend is in the server, hopefully, the referee has agreed to move him on to north. So your Salu, is it? Salu 3210. Okay. All right, your friend is in, and he died. Good luck. Have fun. Remember to join Discord and talk to your team. And let me just actually say that to everybody. Okay, yeah, awesome. Right, I'm gonna have a bit more of a sandwich and then we will scout about because there's lots to talk about in this game and I don't want to miss any of it. So let me close this down. I'll zoom out real quick and then I'll have a bit more sandwich and then we'll get going. But yeah, this is gonna be a game. It's gonna be a long one too. So if you need to have a coffee or have a stretch at any point, feel free to do so. These are marathons, not sprints. We must have broken a record with that MCP run, right? I mean, we had like 700 people in a server. Which is probably... No, actually. What other game does that? No other game. Like Star Citizen, 110 people maximum? And there's no persistent game servers that allow you to do that, if I remember correctly. I mean, it was laggy as fuck. Like, literally nothing happened. Oh, Zasper, thank you for the raid. I'm getting raided back. I raided you a while ago. Welcome. Yeah, we were just talking about records. I don't think there's been another server. When we did the MCP run with the Spiffing Brit and all of his followers, we got like 700 plus people. So I want to say that, yeah, I can't think of another game that's like that. World of Warcraft maybe, but each server only hosts like 90 people to 100. Yeah, I don't know. Difficult one. Difficult one. But thank you for the raid anyways, Asper. Today we have a huge game. Huge game. 26 players versus 25. Those numbers also will go up too. It's basically the TSG versus MCP stacks, and then every other noob and pleb on our server, including Whisper, and he's in here somewhere. There he is, like that. So, yeah, this is going to be a long one. It's a piece of cake, so we're looking at a 3 to 4 hour game, and this is a highly organized game. We saw this earlier on from Carl, with his multi-lane smelting, with this kind of interesting box around it that I guess will house or home most of the initial science. The map is less egregious when it comes to water features, so we're not looking at enormous lakes just sat right in the middle of Maine. We do have some interesting, and I believe probably game-winning or even game-losing outposts happening, and it looks to me like the initial thrust of north is to head west. I initially thought, I mean, have a look at this, right? There are enormous copper patches to be had out here. So if I'm a late game outposter, I'm looking at this and just salivating, right? There's just so much coal, there's so much iron. I'm dreaming rockets right now. But yeah, it's looking good so far. You know, a lot to do. And interestingly enough, we've got Enkling out here with some kind of pre-made idea. Like, are we going like, is this laser build? Is this... Are they going like super late game stuff? But regardless, this game, beyond the one that we just played, is incredibly organized, and it's going to be very, very tight. I don't believe that this is going to be one of those games where one team just makes it, you know, gets out alive kind of thing and gets away with a free win. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. My name's Ghosty. I have refereed 2 games. Well, refereed 1 game today, casted 2, and this is the second of our Captain's Game series. If it's a game that you want to play in, feel free to join. This is a live game that anybody who owns the game Factorio can come in and play. So yeah, welcome. And if you want to watch, feel free. We're going to be here all the way to the very end. Now, I may be wrong here, but... So I polish off my chicken sandwich. Very nice, by the way, anybody asking or wanting to know. I didn't see any reason to be out here. And that, I might be blind to that, but... These copper patches are nice, yes. I don't know, I don't like this as much as west, as off to the east. They must have seen something out here that I just can't spot. I might be blind to it. I mean, Nura's out here, so there's some big brain thing gonna happen, but... And then initial threat farm base, got you. Oh, Berry goes down. Unfortunately, Berry. Unfortunate for you. It's huge, absolutely huge. And it can be bigger if you decide to, if you really want to. And I love doing this, by the way, so I make no apologies for it. Can go that way and that way, even further. Beyond that, it's infinite, going in either direction towards the bugs. So these little red buildings here off into the fog are your enemies in the map. Throughout the game, apologies. Throughout the game, they are going to be running down into the map and fighting and biting all the different buildings that our guys are building, all the little bases. And over time, you're going to need to build a big wall, huge wall, in fact, that's like that breaks them off from you and gives you a barrier. And then behind that wall is your base. The reason we do this is so that you can build your base in this little red box and start getting through your technology tree. The reason why you want to get through your technology tree is you don't have anything at the beginning of the game. You have nothing. So as I flip into here, craft a car and drive as far as you can. I'd recommend trying that because you're going to go to about here. And then the amount of these worms, these spitters that will hit you is kind of ridiculous. And it gets more dense the further out you get. It's worth a go. You won't achieve too much, but just out of your own curiosity's sake, it might be worth trying just to see how successful you are. On a serious note, though, if you are a new player and you don't really know what to do and you're not too sure what all this is about, one thing I say is you can do is help build up power, help fill in these blueprints. You don't need to be the big brain behind all of this. I've played bullet hells, that's a challenge. Well, you need to get to car research first. So, you're going to need to get your engines researched. You're going to need to obviously research the car itself. So by joining a team now, you'd actually be able to speed yourself up. So let's say, for instance, you come and help fill this blueprint in. That will speed your team up closer to getting that car that you want. So it's worth joining. Tell me when you join in, if you do, what your username is, and I'll follow you when you go on your epic car-based journey. How about that? We'll take a little detour, a little side quest, and see how far you go. I want to make a bet. Let's say, for instance, you go west. I'm not saying you will. I reckon you make it probably about here. Any more than that, and that's very impressive. North and AFK. You'd have to talk to Ford Ecker about that. Ford is the referee of this. So hit them up on Discord. They are answering DMs at the moment, just probably quite slowly because there's a fair few that are coming in. And I can't imagine why they wouldn't let you AFK. If you just want to kind of literally just, clock what one side are doing. And as long as you're not giving the game away, like in terms of like their team chat and stuff. But people may want you to play. That's the thing, is they might look at you and go, oh, we've got Lower Dark, awesome. Water pistol and a water barrel and pistol outpost is coming. We need that. So, give it a go. Why not? It's a big game. Get involved. There's loads of space for all of you. Everybody hire. If you're new and you're not too sure what to do, get it in. Get it in. A million tiles. That's a fair shout. A million tiles is, it's pretty vast. Hey, lurking is more than acceptable. What we'll do is, over the course of the game, we'll change the music up, we'll have some bets. Ford Ecker said no. Oh, denied. Oh, mate. I can't believe that, Low Dark. I feel bad for you, man. Fordek is like the most accommodating person out there. Well, my heart bleeds for you. 3.5 hours. I can believe that, though, to be honest. And is that 3.5 hours with good fuel? You know, you're not using wood for that, right? You've got like rocket fuel or something that's quick. But that's a huge. I mean, that's massive, isn't it? You're not going to need all of that room. And some absolute nerd has built a base that big. I guarantee it. From the moment they landed, they went 3 hours in this direction and then built a whole base. I would advise you have enough stuff out here. You have enough space out here for everybody. But if you feel like you need to be isolated from the rest of humanity, please feel free to go 3 hours in. I mean, the game lasts 4 hours, so you'd be able to get basic smelting up. Oh, how good is Dyson Sphere as well? Like, I can't wait until... I know that they might not plan on doing it, but like, if they could ever get co-op into that game, holy crap, I'd play that. 2,000 kilometers by 2K by 2K. It sounds about right. I've seen people go really deep, like really, really deep. I like this. This is interesting. So we have like a mini base with mini science compared to like the conventional like mega smelting stack. And then, you know, building up our bits and pieces. Like this from Runeboggler is, and we all know, by the way, anybody that doesn't, Runeboggler, very, very fast player. Genuinely very fast. Rocket or nuclear, and that's quick. We're not talking, yeah, that's proper quick. Because like coal is okay, solid fuel is a little quicker. You put wood in it, and you deserve what you get from that. Yeah, you're being censored, mate, and I don't agree with it. I'm on your side. So let's take a quick 30,000 feet view of what I believe, and you may disagree, feel free to in chat and I'll ignore it. This is a rocket outpost, right? There's no way, this is absolutely a rocket outpost. Smiling, friendly Fordecker with Dampy, who had a crazy defensive game earlier on. It's ridiculous. So I believe these guys are going for endgame, late game, endgame. Cognitive, I'm not sure who this player is. It seems as though they know Cog, and Cog's a strong player, but we could be looking at maybe defensive outpost? Laser outpost, maybe? I'll definitely check in on this, because a two-person outpost is a little bit underfunded. Main's looking strong. This must be a defensive outpost. So, sorry, an offensive threat farming outpost, for sure. So here we'll probably see defenders, we'll probably see grenade production and all that jazz. Timinator's build is making use of mixed, so there could be some spam here, maybe? Although it's not like these guys to spam. And obviously our main on south are. So I'm expecting the game... Two things from the game, for sure. Number one, I'm expecting highly structured gameplay, as we see bugs climbing very close to our silo. Highly structured gaming. This is new in my mind. I haven't seen this too much. So this is a deviation to what we normally see, which is kind of this. This is like your meta at the moment. This exact amount of smelters to get the main base up and running. So number one, highly organized game. Number two, shenanigans. Somebody here has done the maths. And I think this could be potentially a spam outpost from Cognitive Fun. Or potentially an outpost out here that's just purely there to throw the numbers up. How many hours? 3. In fact, you know what? I'll double down on that even more. 3 hours and 20 minutes. At that point, the game will be finishing in terms of the rockets will have been sent, space science will have gone across the border, and behemoths are crashing into a base, whether it be north or south. Hard to tell yet, but if we go beyond that 3 hours and 20 minutes, but either both teams are playing way too passively for this level, because piece of cake you can win with like a purple spam, you can win it with yellow spam. But again, because we're playing with really organized people, and again, lots of very fast people, they might cut that down by a good half an hour to an hour, depending on if they're allowed to. Do you know what I mean? If the threat farming works and we end up with like minus 10,000 here, minus 10,000 here, we could be looking at super quick. Okay, he's dead, Jim. We could be looking at a much quicker game. So hard to call early on. Typically, standard middle of the road response, 3 hours and 20 minutes, and the game is normally over for one side, as in they are being breached and their walls are getting folded up like a bendy bus hitting a brick wall at 100 miles an hour. And folded up like a travel map, getting folded up and popped in the pocket. Goodbye, no more of you. And here we go. The more conventional smelters arrays are going down. Yeah, so we're not really 47 minutes in. It took them about 20 to organize, so we're currently about 27 minutes into the game. 3 hours to reach the edge. Ugh. Imagine 3 hours of edging. God. That's enough of that said. Okay, so I wondered why that guy died. So he's messing with the queue. Again, the research is kind of well planned out. This is a well-organized dance, if you want to call it. So all of the kind of research that's coming out, this is planned. They want red for now, and this is what they want out of their red. If you go ahead and start researching optics, it can just sidetrack your team. And again, as a new player, I wouldn't try and influence the game too much with those kind of decisions. I'd influence the game with blueprints, filling these out, going and threat farming, building defenses, making walls. Those are things you can do as a new player that absolutely will give you value to your team. But just taking control of the research queue or, grabbing a load of green and red chips, it's not worth your time. Or if anything, people read that the wrong way, as in bad intentions. So let's take a look at the South's outpost. Ooh, Nura and Crack out here with a mixed patch. Nura's changed, man. Do you remember when Nura used to be like a really straight-laced player and he would only play main or he'd only build like rockets on outposts? I feel like he's been smoking something recently and it's just opened up his third eye. 29 minutes. Okay, so we're not deep into this game at all, really. But yeah, the Anya Chakra has been released and Nuro is doing stuff that Nura normally doesn't do. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. Because more and more often, now that they've been balanced and the mixed patches are not one or dominant, they used to be like just one, like all coal or all copper with little bits and pieces. People have been theory crafting in the Discord about this, about whether this could be done or not. So where they go from here is interesting, and how they split it off as well, because it can clog itself up like a KFC toilet on sale day. Terrible, mate. So I like sushi belts. I love this. I love making the use of mixed patches. We'll have to wait and see where that goes. Berry and Lil Scut. Lil Scut, very veteran player. Probably saying that wrong. The name, sorry. Probably saying that incredibly wrong, actually. But an incredibly strong player. Berry, I'm going to say, is his friend. Yeah, I've got some terrible chat, mate. Terrible chat. This is what happens when you play rugby for 16 years and spend a lot of your time socializing in rugby clubs. Which is why I'm bulking up, by the way. It's why I'm having a sandwich and a pot noodle in the same time, or around about the same time frame. I'm bulking up for next season. That's my excuse. Oh, terrible. So yeah, initially here we can see really healthy set of labs, a huge amount of science being backed up and just waiting to go in, and the standard research as per normal, we can expect. So you need to get deep into the tech tree as fast as possible. So going for those stronger explosives. Later on, we'll see engines, we'll see maybe defenders, we'll see electric energy distribution, and we'll start moving into fluid handling and oil, if I can get those words out of my mouth. Meanwhile, in the south, and 27 versus 26. What's the largest player other than the 67 versus 12 that we had, I want to say we've hit 30-30 before, right? And we're cresting in, to that. With only 4 away from South and 4 away from North, 8 players to join, and we're at 30 versus 30. And that will make my day. It's nice to see something that you're quite passionate about and that you enjoy, and that is good fun, by the way. I'm not trying to sell something that's crap to people who kind of don't really know or haven't played it. Like, this is really good fun once you get into it. It does take a little bit of learning, which is why I do the stream. So that if people have asked questions about why we do certain things, obviously me being the humble legend that I am, I'm able to answer those questions with ease, obviously, and a huge amount of humbleness, obviously, and hopefully help some newer players. We have 2 new players in the game at the moment. Oh, that'd be cool, though. That'd be really cool. Somebody even mentioned we should have a north, south, east, west, but defending would be horrendous. But yeah, we have Lukey Luke and Salu, and this is their first ever game of this game mode. They literally have never played any of this before. Blueprints are not allowed. No, that's cheating. Although people have in their head, they know. I mean, there is a meta, right? There's an established way of playing. If you guys get bored and you like your stats, click on that link and you'll be taken to mental blueprints. So they'll make it at the beginning of the game, and then they'll just slap it down and then fill it up as we go. The meta is vastly different. As far as I'm aware, I've not really played Fish Defender that much, but we do have a couple of people that have come from there who have made comment that this is in the ballpark. But I don't know, Low Dark, have you played Fish Defender before? You're a man of culture. You've played many different of these game modes. I just turned up and got really good at this, so I just stick around, And remember, guys, the most important thing to be in life is humble, obviously. Nice, awesome. And what do you think then? Do you think is it similar, or are we kind of 2 different species of games, or 2 different gene pools? Probably same themes but different execution. And I don't know why, but you just seem to me the kind of person that would play fish-based games. I mean, there's room if you want to come in and try this one out. It's 27 on 27. Both teams could use an extra player. And it sounds to me like you know the game. I mean, it's not like you're completely fresh. It's so hard to ignore the truth, though. And that's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is telling the truth. And if that's not nice, then I don't want to be right. But I kid you not, it's all a joke. I'm terrible. Well, I'm good at this game. I'm not the best, but somebody asked if they could watch me play a game I'm actually good at, like one that I rate myself, and I don't really want to expose that version of me to you guys. It's not toxic at all. It's actually the opposite of toxic. I get really nice, like scarily nice to my team. The phrase "kill them with kindness." It's like, no, that was not a mistake, mate. That's just, you'll get it right next time. It's fine. And then go and make an absolute worldie of a play to make up for it. Like, I use other people's mistakes to fuel my play. Just wait for something to fuck up and then try and save the day. But, yeah, I might stream some more serious stuff down the line, obviously, not right now. We're here for this. I'm here for this for sure. So I don't want to change the tune anytime soon. But there are some games which I am scarily... I'm really good at them. It's hard to explain. Like, I'm just a bit of a monster. Again, it's not all about me, but it is about me. But remember to stay humble. And yeah, I love another mixed build. A mixed patch build, it looks like. Tio, thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it, mate. And I do hope you're having a good weekend. I'm here every week, mostly refereeing these games. I do play them every now and again. But being the #1 player on the server and the undisputed underground king of all gaming, Crowned by myself, of course. I tend to cast and watch and entertain, you know. I'm not like a natural streamer, though. I didn't start off by wanting to do this. I just kind of fell into it and quite like it. It's kind of fun. And I don't take myself that seriously. So please don't think that I'm actually that obnoxious. I'm not. Or I hope not. Right. I've got, actually, do you know what? We are almost an hour in, and I have 3 more hours to talk about myself. So I'll stop there and we'll start looking at what's happening in the game. So walk me through my OnlyFans. Absolutely not. Feet pics are at a premium at the moment. And I have very specifically weird feet that people pay lots of money for to see. I never knew. But it's a thing. And every day's a school day, right? We should all be learning. I'm learning about how humble I am right now. So, military science is on the cards as well. Hand-fed, though. So this must have been, like, handmade, obviously. It seems to me like the South stack is staying in Maine as well. Like, I really like this. It's really padding itself out really nicely. North, again, they are sprawling a bit more now, but they've got some real speed on their side. So Altus, Roombogler, I mean, these guys are not fucking about. Amelek as well, very quick, so yeah. Frightening how fast this is actually coming together. Trajan, off the back of winning the last captain's game about an hour and a half ago, has decided violence. Why not? I'm just going to go and grenade stuff. He's on the warpath now. You win one game and then he turns into a warlord. Well, to be expected, let's be honest. But he needs some fish though, mate. Start pumping some fish or you're going down. Yeah, good lad. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, sure thing, man. I'll bring it up. So we are at 4.6 on both sides, with minus 2,600 off the back of Draydrin's threat farming, as well as others. I'm sure he's not just doing it on his own. Or their own, sorry. I don't want to make any assumptions. And 255 with, again, the similar 4.6% Evo for the South. So the South are dealing with some pressure, but it's not important, you know. It's the kind of thing where a few gun turrets can really deal with this for now. Yeah, Piece of Cake is an interesting game mode. It's a bit nuanced, if I'm being honest. The reason why is that if you play on the easiest, which is ITYTD, I'm Too Young to Die, it gives you room to make mistakes and kind of experiment. Piece of Cake is right on the edge of... if you make a mistake, you can be very heavily punished off the back of it. And so Piece of Cake it's quite mysterious in... You can seem like you're doing well for yourself and ticking along and you're working towards a rocket, and then somebody has found the timing that breaks you. So a certain timing in the game where they hit purple, they have a few hundred, maybe even just a few thousand purple, and they just cripple you off the back of that send because you don't have laser turrets up. So it's a lot more of a snipey game mode, very much like normal and easy, by the way. Do not, just because it says easy does not mean it's easy. It just means the game is played a different way. Things are weighted differently. So if I'm playing an easy game mode, a way to disjoint that or dislodge the easy game mode, and it doesn't seem like an obvious thing, but I've played enough of this to know that you can cripple a game or nobble a game spamming military science, because it's weighted that the mutagen has more effectiveness, and military is something you can get up to quite easily, quite early on, and you can utilize things like these mix patches, which are everywhere. So you could head over here, grab this mix patch, grab a bit of coal extra, and then just spam a load of Piece of Cake mode. You actually spawn in with a piece of cake. No, to answer your question, Piece of Cake is the second easiest mode, where when you throw the signs across, it has less effectiveness. I'm Too Young to Die is like 75% less effectiveness. So normal is 0 to 0, so it's just standard. Anything harder than that, your red science is doing more. Anything easier than that, then your red science is doing less. No. I'm going to go for 3 hours and 20. 0.69 seconds, nice. 3 hours and 20. These guys are already we're at the 1 hour and 1 mark, but they're already planning on blue and mill. Sorry, my brain's not working. So yeah, this should be a quick game, but it should be a competitive game. That said, we have I don't know what this is about from Enkling, and he tends to really lead the charge on any real innovation that we have on the server. He's not alone in doing so, but he really does have a grasp of like playtesting stuff before he comes into the server. And I believe, and I remember him saying something and mentioning something beforehand, that, mate, the video will go up. I'll post the VOD afterwards, so when you wake up, you can just pick up from where you left off. So don't worry about... I've said this the whole way through streaming, right? It's really... I love the fact that you guys are here. It really does make my day. I started off doing this with like 2 people watching, and even that was enough. I'm not saying this to kind of pump my own brakes up or whatever. Pump my own tires up, sorry, but the fact that there's so many of you coming in to watch, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It's really nice. It's just nice to have some company. I'd normally be doing this anyway, casting games or probably playing in them. But because work is so busy and life is so busy at the moment, I just don't have the energy. I will, and things will change. I'm here because Zasper raided you. Interestingly, because I raided Zasper earlier on, I didn't know if he'd raid me back, so thank you. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I just busy life at the moment. I've got a small dog, I've got a girlfriend. It's really difficult to make time for everything, so this is my way of keeping in touch with the community. And give it time, I'll be back for sure. This isn't me making an exit, it's just me taking a break. And you've all played in games with me, or most of you guys have played in games with me. Hopefully I add some value, not just comedy value in the way that I play, but genuine, like we try and get wins, we try and get Ws. So yeah, Seeks. If you don't make it for the whole game, don't worry about it, that's fine. I'll post the VOD up onto the Biter Battles channel, and then it's up there forever. Whenever you're free, you can click on it, watch the rest of it. Obviously it's fun to have you here and it's nice to have the interaction, but there's real life as well, mate. There's real life as well. And another smelting array coming down. So we're looking at spam here. Who's copying this? Ling's copying more. There's something tricky going on here. I don't know. I don't trust this. I like it, don't get me wrong. I don't think this is negative, but something's happening here that I don't quite understand yet. Are they moving towards spam, or are they moving towards a defensive outpost like lasers? And because this is a really generous amount of everything coming in, and they're just boxing it all up. Not a lot of stone though, and they're boxing up steel. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, mate. There's another strain of COVID around where I'm at. I'm trying not to get it. I had one a couple weeks ago. It was horrible. Obviously got all my boosters and all that jazz, but the McDonald's is certainly not helping you feel better. No, it rarely does it? You've got the biter strain, yeah, mate. The Walking Dead incoming. So yeah, I like what I see here, though. And everybody's got a job, Sometimes when you get into these games, it's a little bit like headless chickens. Everybody seems to be kind of on the move, on the charge, which you'd love to see. There'll be a few people lost a little bit, like Snoofy looks a little lost, and Krankenkasser. Wait, hang on. Kranken. I know that word. It's Deutsch, ne? Krankenkasse. Kranken is hospital? No. Krankenhaus. Do I Google this in the middle of a stream? Of course I do. If there's any Germans in the chat, let me know what Krankenkasse meaning. German. It better not be racist. I'll be very upset. Oh, sick. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was worried I was going to Google something and I'm on a list. You've been blacklisted for searching a terrorist term. Yeah, well, I was streaming this game and I just Googled stuff and now I'm in jail. Terrible. Oh, dear. Sick house. Okay, awesome. So the point I was making was everybody's got a job to do at the moment. Everybody is in and around, dotting around doing different things. Ooh, software engineering. That's big brain stuff, mate. That's not just ones and zeros, is it? That's pressing buttons on the keyboard and knowing what they do. Yeah, one could only dream of such intelligence. I stay far away from anything software and engineering. Combine the two and my brain would explode. I got very heavily into sports when I was younger and coaching. I've done some esports coaching on games that I play a lot of. That's really good fun. Difficult managing personalities, especially if you have somebody who's a really dominant personality who just shouts people down. But genuinely quite rewarding when you start to see improvement. And yeah, I'm a sports coach. That's what I do for a living, as well as some side gigs as well. I'm a qualified chef, so I cook every now and again if I need to for extra cash. But I never let it try and interrupt my schedule of like streaming and going to the gym and stuff. So IP, you don't need IP. Oh dear. All right, Dampy, this is your time to shine. Boom. Love to see it. So yeah, this outpost is motoring. We had one of these last game though. North's 5-head strat. I mean, is the 5-head strat letting Dradrian farm? Something's got. Oh my god! Is this? Have I missed this? Have you guys been doing this in the background in the normal games? Look how many mix patches are being utilized at the moment, right? 1. Sorry, 2, 3. This isn't normal. No, the nests you can kill. They are weak to bullets. However, they're normally surrounded by lots of these worms, which will make your life hard to deal with. So threat farming is something that I do a lot of. In fact, actually, if I really quickly... Do I still have this link? Give me a second. I actually have a game of me threat farming. I think. Good. Sorry, give me a second. I don't know if I took this down or not, or if I put it up. Videos. No, oh, it's on the other channel. Oh, it's such a shame. Anyway, for anybody that... Yeah. I need to get hold of that. Because that was a great game. I basically played one of the week's games and just ran the show from threat farming. If you have a look at this channel, this is where the uploads will go. So the 2 games that have happened today, and any future uploads, like events that we do real money tournaments as well. So somebody won a couple of €100 a while ago, and we were into our 4th money tournament. Obviously, don't bet with your own money, but if you can win free money from playing a video game, yes, please, do that. And some of you guys are good enough to win money. Well, not all of you, but some of you are. I know Ness frequents the chat quite often, and Ness found themselves in the final of the 2nd money tournament. Could have won it all, but Raslington, spoiler alert, beat him. Fair and square. It was a good game. Very competitive game, in fact. But yeah, we're motoring, boys. We're motoring on. An hour and 10 minutes in, which isn't really an hour and 10. South's main is really motoring on. Flame. Ooh, I like that. That I'm a huge fan of. And walls and flamers are already going down. They're not fucking about, boys. As we can see here, even at this point in time, 6% evolution, the bugs are going to melt. There you go. Barely a scratch. 'Tis but a scratch. Later on, the bugs will be so strong that they'll be able to rip these walls down. And that's the fun of the game, really. The evolution doesn't stay low. Later on, it will go up to 50 to 80 to 90%, maybe even into the hundreds. And probably, in fact, it probably will go into the hundreds. And the bugs become so big and so obnoxious, and there'll be so many of them, that one of these bases is going to melt like an ice cream cone being thrown into a volcano. And that is what, let's be honest, what we're all here for. We love to set it up, but we love equally to watch it get knocked down. So let's take a look as I waggle my lips. Oh, we're at 29-28, boys. We're nearly at 30-30. That's huge. 60 people. Just think about this for a second. There are 60 people on a Saturday night or afternoon, depending on what part of the world you're from, or even morning if you're from the other side of the world, that are all together playing a video game that normally has you play with 2 or 3 of your mates. Boss tiered, yes, we have bosses, and they are big, and they can revive. If I hover over our evolution stat here, you'll see that the damage is at 100, and at the moment revive is at 0%. Later on, revive will go up. So when you who knows that song from Chumbawamba? I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yeah, that's these guys. They will get knocked down, but they will get up again. Channeling their inner Chumbawamba and delivering an absolute knockout punch, because when you have to kill the same thing 3 to 4 to 5 times, that's damage that these flamer turrets could be doing to something else. And so yeah, it gets overwhelming. There are no draws in this game. There will be a loser. We're all winners ultimately anyway, but there will be an actual loser. And yeah, the biters, they don't relent. They're coming in hot. But yeah, a lovely healthy bit. This is unfortunate though, isn't it? Is there a reason why? I'm going to I'm going to jump into the science queues. Take a quick look. Okay, they've lost. GG's boys. South they've lost the game. I'm not going to explain the meme, but any of you that know what I'm looking at knows that this is terrible. Trains and red belts. Oh, why, boys? There's 28 of you. You need just one of them to see the mistake. Oh, red belts again. At least they haven't gone down the train research. Jesus, boys. I know it's late at night. People are tired, but these are egregious mistakes. Absolutely egregious mistakes. And Califer Bob. They are definitely stream sniping. And if you are, feel free. You don't have to. I'm not going to ask all the time, but if you like what you see, feel free to give me a follow. It helps grow it, I guess. And I don't know, I guess more people see when I'm online, which is once a week. But if you haven't yet, feel free to click on the follow button. I'm not saying you have to, but I really appreciate it, because at the moment we have numbers I didn't even think we'd achieve. And it makes me smile. We're doing the right thing here, definitely. Giving most of the players that are currently in the game... Whoa, okay, I didn't mean that. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that, mate. Prime subs are free. I actually haven't used mine this month. Oh, do you know who I'm going to sub to? I'm going to sub to Zasper. I don't think I can sub to myself. Not that I would, because that's a bit weird. Thank you for the sub. Oh my god. Boys, I do appreciate it, honestly. But just being here initially is more than enough. But I do appreciate that. You do get a Prime sub. It is free every month or whatever. I'm going to make sure I give mine out to a fellow Biter Battles person, or just a fellow streamer. So I don't know, you guys, I think Zasper's a good candidate. He's pretty funny. He's quick. I mean, have you guys seen that Build a Factory? Literally, his mouse is like double speed. So okay, got you. And once in a while, every now and again, I pop in every now and again to take a look. Now, do you know what it is? I think it's just supporting other people that are doing good work. I don't think that any of us are going to blow up and have the billions of followers and billions of viewers or any of that jazz, but it's nice to... Oh, Savage. I would subscribe to Lower Dark, but he doesn't stream that much. Oh, mate, I really appreciate that. Holy shit, thank you. I have a hype train? Oh, shit. Yeah, I can't say anything other than thank you. You guys know I'd be doing this without that, though. I hope you do appreciate it. I'm not here for the money. I'm not here for the cold, hard cash. It's just good fun. And it's something that's really opened my eyes, to doing this kind of thing. I thought about doing some casting, and I don't know why they've held this. Is there any reason why you wouldn't be putting even just a small amount of military into your labs? mean, it's all really well backed up, but yeah, thank you for the subs, guys, again. And yeah, Zasper, next time I'm on, I'm gonna sub. I've got a free one every month, so I might move it around every month, but yeah, it's a little bit of dosh, isn't it? A couple of quid. Maybe you can try out that pod noodle brand I've been speaking so highly of. Or don't, because you might get rabies. You know, I might be immune to it. I've eaten so many Bombay bad boys that my system can handle it. As we hit 30 players on North, 28 on South. Don't have sulfur. They have one machine? Okay. I also saw red chips on their, I mean, it's gone now, but they had red chips on their signs. 90p. Oh, you can get a few. You can get a few. I saw a doner kebab one. Oh, mate, I'm so in. I do eat healthy, by the way. I'm not like a complete helmet, but yeah, you know, I can't deny a bit of, yeah, a bit of nasty food every now and again. Keeps you resilient, yeah. When the real germs turn up, they're like, oh my god, this guy eats pot noodles every day? We can't exist. When COVID 2.0 or 3.0 or the next zombie strain appears, I'm going to be immune. I've conditioned my body to just understand what pain and suffering looks like. Oh dear. Okay, quick question to all of you guys. I'll have a scan through main. We're looking at blue from the north, but it's not in the labs yet. And we seem to be somewhat stuck a little bit. Carl is main building on his own. Who's in the lead at the moment just off the basis of main? So just what we see now in terms of the smelting, I think it's relatively even. Everything's plugged in with a few more to go up north. Oh, music's dead. Let's go for this. Big fan of this playlist. If you get a pot noodle ad, trust me, I don't work for them. I'll be writing to them and ask for sponsorship. Oh my god, can you imagine if I get this sponsored a sponsored thing? I will do a prediction. Can you imagine though? That would be amazing. I think I use the word pot noodle once every 5 minutes anyway, so I'm pretty much a walking advert for them. So I might, do you know what? Crazy things have happened. Honestly, stranger things have happened. I might just chance it. You never know until you know. They might laugh me out of the room and be like, fuck off, mate. You're not important. You're not part of it. Yeah, recommend it. My weekly top picks. Well, you know, if you buy a pot noodle in Croydon, you're never really going to get the consistency as if you get one in, you know, Hackney, but a humble and legendary noodle pot. Oh, I can get endorsed, mate. You know, and we could have a battle. Oh, if we get Zasper, if you get sponsored by cup noodles, I get sponsored by pot noodles, we can create some beef, you know? Have it out on Twitter and TikTok, and yeah, we'll have like pot clan, cup clan. Oh dear. Yeah, create rivalries that never should have existed in the first place, because let's be honest, we just like noodles. Well, I don't know if you do, but I'm assuming you do. You'd have to be an absolute heathen not to enjoy steamy noodles. Do you know what? I'm bored enough. I'm gonna write to them and say, look, this is how many views I get. This is how much I love your product. Can you imagine, like, all right, let's just dream with me for a second. Dream with me for 5 seconds. Just imagine a tiny, tiny little box down here of a pot noodle. Just a teeny, teeny, tiny little pot. And it just, every now and again, it rotates to a different flavour. Sorry. I'm going to make it. I don't give a shit. I'm going to make a pot noodle with my face on. Oh. Oh my god. What was that thing we came up with the last time I had stream? Oven soup. Yeah, we're going to have an oven soup flavoured pot noodle. Oh my god. I'm going to get some AI art. Holy shit. I'm going to get some AI art generators onto that. Just a little rotating cup noodle. Sorry, I will get back to serious stuff. I do. If any of you here that want serious commentary on the game, we will do that. But a man can dream. You know, a man can dream. Thing is, I have no idea. I'm in, but I'm half in. Let's dial it back in, right? Big deep breath. Let's put my dreams in a little box. A little noodle-based box for now. A bit water. 2K Elo coming. Gaming commentary. Oh my god. So, mixed patches are going strongly. Research is ticking in, and it appears to me like this is going to be a robot base of some kind. Laser base, right? Robot base, laser base? But potentially supporting the main base. A couple of builds copied next to each other, yes. And later on, we will be seeing mixed builds, which I don't know, Tio, if they're in Fish Defender. Lowdark might be able to fill me in on that one, but do they have mixed builds, like endgame mixers in that game mode? Because if you haven't seen that yet, that's something that makes this very different to, you know, other games. There are different concepts and different ideas about how you get to rocket parts quickly and with the most efficient kind of build design. So this, in a way, is a mixed build, right? You're taking a lot, not necessarily a little bit of everything, but there's kind of a function and a purpose, so that, you know, raw materials come in at the top, and then they feed into smelting and into plates, and then kind of products are created, and then more advanced products are spat out near the end. In the end of the game, and I'll be able to show you real quick because this will happen. I'm not just saying this to be like a profit or anything. This genuinely will happen. Let me get my paint out real quick. There will be rows or columns initially of buildings where, let me get my arrow keys out, right? So let's say in goes basic items, right? That's red. Red is basic. Then they will be placed onto belts for tier 2 items in blue. Then at the end of our stack in orange, we'll have tier 3 items created. So tier 3 is here, tier 2 are buildings here, and tier 1 items here. And then across a conveyor belt, all of those really advanced materials are moved into a storage area that will effectively begin the building of our rocket. Now, what's important about these individual structures are they're highly optimized. So you don't just have one of them, you're going to have about 12 to 20 of them next to each other. The lake could potentially be a storage area. Yeah, we could hide it underwater, you know, keep our blue chips cold, nice and wet. But you can imagine, like, yeah, lots and lots of columns of these mixed builds in an open area like this, for instance, but it could be anywhere. And they are incredibly resource hungry. They are incredibly power hungry, but they get you to the end game in a ruthlessly efficient way. We are, I say, probably about an hour away before we begin to see the makings of those. But we are seeing the beginnings. If you even look here, look how uniform this layout is. This is here to do something. You know, this isn't a mistake or a design flaw. They've theory crafted this, and somehow this is working for them. It's laser production, I'm almost certain of it, but yeah, well played, man. Like, this is not an easy thing to pull off. And again, it's something you can just blueprint down another lot of, and then before you know it, you have tons of stuff. So, yeah. And again, we've got Carl working hard in main, and finally now military science is coming in. I will check in on the research queue as well. Yeah, that's... if they can pull this off, this will crank out 8 times. And look how close it is to main, your next door neighbours. You know, there's like a wall, a little hedge fence that you have to hop over. Yeah, well, if you're here till the end game, or near the end of the game, you can have a look at them. We'll look at a few. There are different designs. There is Outstandings design, which is like, yeah, a modular build. We call it a mixer because it's like a mixture of buildings that build, you know, a mixture of things. But different people have different designs that do different things. So some are more optimized than others. Smiling Nasses is relatively basic. Burger Bread, oh, what a legend. Oh, shout out to Burger Bread, holy shit. I love that guy, he's fucking hilarious. He doesn't play that much anymore, I haven't seen him in a while, but genuinely, like, lovely man, lovely guy, and funny. Yeah, Outstanding has Burger Bread's design, which is different. And everybody has their own take on it. Oh, interesting, I didn't spot this. Yeah, mixer, I guess, is just a term for a preordained build path, like this, for instance. This is preordained. We're going to have, multiple things that we're going to stamp down, and then we're just going to copy and paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. And then there's one, kind of conveyor belt that will bring us the items we want. And you could do a mixer for anything. I mean, you could have a mixer for green science if you wanted to. It would be kind of pointless, but if you catch my drift, it's there to uniformly, once you have bots as well, you can just copy and paste everything next to each other. Oh, well, there we go. This is it. This is a mix build. Thank you, Eagle, for starting. What this will be is a blueprint that is kind of housed in the middle of main. And when I say housed, it's to be copied from everybody else. So these guys have decided or determined that whatever this column is, and I don't know exactly until we see it completely, constructed, this will be copied and pasted for this outpost and for potentially this outpost. So this is I know you guys have all your own design, but this is what today we're going with, all right? This is what we think will win us the game. So park your own ambitions for this game. Don't do what you want. Grab this blueprint, make it happen. Because as the captain or one of the captains of the pre-made stack, this is all preordained. This is all, planned and thought out. So I know for a fact, I speak to players all the time on DM in Discord. These guys really, really put a lot of time into this. It's genuinely like people in the lab cooking up new versions and, I found a new thing, but I need more petroleum, or if I could only get a bit more plastic into my build, it would work perfectly. And yeah, they're always working on it. So this is going to be good. So this is the beginning of an end game. No, fuck off, did you? You're just trolling me at this point. There's no way. If I say it, do you get it as an advert? Because I could say some really horrible stuff. How about dog food? I need to buy dog food for my dog. Because my dog eats dog food. And I don't really know what kind of dog food he eats, but whatever dog food is out there, I'd love to know. If any of you guys get a dog food ad, please let me know, because the game is listening to me and that makes me scared. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Take a screenshot. Yeah, send it to me, man. That's kind of scary, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine? Oh dear. And I was talking about getting banned earlier on for Googling certain stuff. It turns out that it's listening to what I have to say. Oh, that's terrible. Right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I need to get some water. Yeah, you're right, Loa. You are absolutely right. So you're allowed to, and this was told, my friend told me this, who works in data science. Have you got me on Discord? I'm on the Bite Battles Discord here. Let me send a link to it. I'll be online as an admin in this. You do this, copy. Yeah, feel free to join this if you want to. You don't have to. I'm not saying you do. But I'm on here as an admin, so send me a DM. I want to see this. I want to see what kind of adverts. Because Maggie is it's a German-French product, right? I think. Or it's a European product, sorry. I don't mean to label it as one specific, but yeah, that'd be interesting. Holy shit, the Discord memes are real. Oh wow, you guys have been shitposting for a while. Holy shit. There's loads of new posts. Oh, I'm going to get through that later. That's fucking brilliant. 63 people online, apparently. Okay, that's good news. So anyway, back to Lodark's point. A friend of mine said that you're allowed to request your data. So whenever you ask your phone something, like, I don't know, where's the nearest chip shop? Or how do I make this dish? Or, what ingredient do I need to make this thing? All of that data is stored, and stored kind of forever, man. I don't know why. I don't know why you do that, but it's why I want to, in my opinion, and again, I might be wrong about this, but don't sign up to TikTok, mate. it looks so suspect. And I'm not a paranoid person. Like, I have nothing to hide. I don't do anything special. I'm literally just a coach. But I just don't understand why you'd show your life off like that for... I know there's people making money on it. There's probably people making really good money. But Jesus Christ, like, you never know who's on the other end of that stuff. That's the worry for me. Is like, who's the end game customer there? Because it's not you. You're not, just because you're making something. And the thing is, I might have some Chinese overlords watching me right now, because maybe Twitch is owned by some Chinese-based company, Beijing-based company. But yeah, I see you two are a man of culture. Keisha, dragging out somebody. That's an old school reference as well, man. Not that I'm particularly young, but that is, yeah, well, they're into what they're told. You know, it's interesting to see that there's a portion of the population that rebel, but they're so easily influenced that the moment they're told to do something, they do it. Buy this, drink this, smoke. I mean, have you seen fucking energy drinks? Prime. Holy shit, that stuff cost a bomb. And it's just sugar water, mate. You know, you could buy a Red Bull and get the same thing done. Because obviously it's endorsed by a load of people, you know. Of course you need to buy it. I must have it. So I tell people stay far the fuck away from that stuff. All right, definitely lasers, mate. Definitely lasers down here. Yeah. Now again, I'm not here to espouse my own political views. Do what you want. You know, it's a long life. It's a short life. It's your life. Live it how you want to live it. But there's just something about that smells off. You know, and maybe I'm paranoid. I don't think I am. An ad incoming. It is owned by Amazon. That's correct. Well, Bezos. Is it Bezos still? Is he still in charge? The guy looks like Lex Luthor from fucking Superman. Berry. Okay. So we go mill site out here. Don't hate it. It's Mate, Room Boggler is a cheat code. Oh, let's take a look. I've got the noodle ad. Bruh, no way. No way. Is that Pornhub? Have you got a Pornhub tab up? No. I'm kidding, mate, by the way. That's wild. I've never had these ones before. Teriyaki, sweet chili. The only reason I go for Bombay Bad Boys, whoops, the only way is because it's got a bit of flavour to it, you know? It's like a curry style thing. I'll give it a go, mate. I'm not wedded. If they don't want me to, if they don't sponsor me, they've got bots already. Holy shit. The winner doesn't get Bitcoin today, but there is a money tournament coming up soon. We're planning on I think it's a 64-player money tournament. And the last one, the prize pool was €350 with about $200 worth of Ethereum thrown in as well. So if you get really good at this game, you can win some money, you know. It's been Anti-Elites 1-1, Raslington 1-1, and Pavev won the last one. Was it Pavev? No, wait, it's been a long day, boys. Give me a break. I cast the final as well. Oh, dear. Sorry, let me just quickly Google something real quick. So, the final was... It was a single match elimination, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Pavev versus Ness. It was a really good game. Yeah, if you check out the YouTube channel, it's on there. A no monitor competition. Only if you bring your Nintendo bongos, you know? Or if you can play this on Guitar Hero controllers, 100% you can play. We will not stop you from getting involved. North are steamrolling ahead. Steamrolling ahead. Ness, I'm not just saying this because Ness is in the chat right now listening to me pump their tires up. the guy's really young. The guy's really young, and he is getting to finals and semi-finals at like 16 years old. That's a very good sign. And I know that Ness is a speedrunner anyway, but I'm not just saying this. I can imagine there's going to come a time where we're going to see Ness in a final often. Or for Ness to be knocked out of a final place, it'll take a bit of a behemoth task. So there's some real talent here, you know. And this isn't easy. It looks easy. The guys are making this look very easy, but it's not. Genuinely speaking, to move at this speed, with also this amount of people as well. 29 people is like a small business. In fact, no, it's not. It's like a medium business in size. So you have to come together at the beginning of a game, organize yourselves, understand who's good, who's bad. I know it's stacked, isn't it? More people can come in. In fact, Moonshot, this is your time. Come in, join us. Join TSG on the South and even the game up. And maybe then the South will rise. North Korea is seeming a little bit overpowered at the moment. You know, you could be the difference, is all I'm saying. Or stay here and watch this. I don't mind. Either way. But yeah. These guys are flying. Absolutely flying. And again, there may be every now and again people falling out with each other. It does happen. When I say falling out, I don't think it ever gets toxic. I'll drop you 5k white signs, but you have to be in the game for 2 hours before you can send it. It's like locked behind a timer. What's interesting is look at all the... I wouldn't say these guys need to play, but look at how many people are still just watching as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16 people on the sidelines too. That's kind of nuts, right? That's an extra 8 players either side if everyone was to jump in. So Runeboggler is currently on. He's going to be red chip producing, right? Overly producing red chips. And that will feed into... I guess they're going to start working on... I mean, they're going for rocket, obviously. And the reason why he's set up here is they're going to be using this rocket silo. I'm almost sure of it. LDS, yeah. It's either LDS or it's like rocket parts, but... It's quick though, right? We're at the 1 hour. So the game started at the 29-minute mark. Let's just say 30 for brevity's sake, because 30 is easy to deal with. The game started 30 minutes in, which means this game is 1 hour and 7 minutes old. An hour and 7 minutes. You're getting more noodle adverts. I might write to them and say, hey man, I'm like showing off your product a lot, and I like noodles. Sway me, you know, send me some free products. I'll eat free noodles. Who wouldn't eat free noodles? Holy shit. I'm getting sponsored, boys. Ooh, what? That's kind of a big send, actually. Are they on purple already? Where the fuck is Pipes? No way. Guys, we're an hour in. We're an hour and 8 minutes in. And we're at purple already. And that is a 20-point jump. That's kind of ridiculous. They haven't really sealed their base off either yet because you need a lot of resources to do so. And again, because of the sprawling nature of the base and because they've gone laterally rather than vertically, you're defending a really long and wide box. Effectively, you need to wall off this level of area, whereas if you look at North's main, for instance, it's kind of here, I guess, with some kind of satellite bases kicking around. It's dangerous. 40% is manageable. However, more purple sends are coming. So, you know, these guys need to really get in gear. They need this. This wall just needs to be closed off round about here on the edge. You know, really bring it in and just get ready to defend. It's not GG's. There are a counterpunch or two to be had. Not on the same weight. Again, like I said, because it's a piece of cake, they're going to be timings, right? It doesn't necessarily mean like a really long, protracted game. But what it does mean is that there's going to be openings. And they've seen an opening and they thought, right, let's just hit them where it hurts. They don't have any defenses up in certain areas. We're just going to push the issue and see what happens next. See how they respond. It is a lot of defenders. At the same time, though, it's not going to take long for them to get another couple of 100 purple again. So the argument here is that number jumping to 40 now, it's going to go up to 60 or 70 quite quickly. Maybe not on the first. Maybe it takes a while, like a couple of sends. But I would be. And again, these are only small and medium, so they do die quite quickly to flamers as well. They're certainly not going to break the bank, although the packs are quite large. I would be heavily. Oh, they're sending again. Interesting. So they just want to push the pressure. Maybe okay. So purple could be at the moment thrown into labs for deeper research. I know it takes time. In fact, let me take a look at the research queue real quick, because I mean that's a decently sized wave, right? They're actually managing to kind of pressurize and. Right, rocket fuel into yellow, into prod 2s, speed 2s, and then electricity. Yeah, I like this. That's pretty much we know where we're going. Like, we don't have to worry about pressure. Flammables, energy weapons, mining. Okay. I don't hate this. I really like it from the north to the south. I thought they're going for rocket. Genuine. With a little bit of pressure in the mid game, but I mean, yeah, light oil as well. I'm not super worried. And we have laser. This is so fast. I know I've been rambling a little bit, but this game is not old, and we have entered purple and laser territory super early. And this was probably the obviously the main thrust of what they wanted to achieve early on. But well done, boys. This is ridiculous. This is kind of like a. What's the word I'm looking for here? Hang on. Oh, disconnecting power poles. Excellent. Where does this go? Out here? Were these guys stealing power from main the whole time? That's kind of a dick move. There's a huge coal patch. What are we doing? Why are you doing this? There's coal here and here. Like, build power. Don't be stingy, dude. Otherwise, shit like this happens. But yeah, at this point in the game, lasers are more than enough to handle this. You don't want to lose any, hopefully, but you've got some building in the background too, so... Enkling goes down, that's a shame. That's a huge shame. That's quite an expensive miss here. Now, they don't have any upgrades, so they're on their basic, and also shooting speed's kind of slow as well. Oh dear, is there anybody that can come and help? This guy? Ah, that's kind of an L. I guess the counterpunch is this mill spam they have. Yeah, that's really expensive. I mean, really expensive. It's a shame because Enkling just needed to throw loads of grenades effectively. Finish what he started. Here you go, 2 or 3 grenades, job's done. The miners aren't a big deal, but yeah, the lasers are kind of a big deal. You can make the argument, however, that they're just going to kind of make and store loads anyway, so yeah, it's not a huge loss, but it's frustrating. And this is really well optimized as well. It's got a little bit of everything, and everything's producing, so yeah, these are coming in really nicely. And they even have lasers for defense. I mean, they're doing it right. I have no problem at all with, if I was nitpicking, and I'm not saying this to be a dick, the only thing I would want out of my team now is to make sure this happens real quick. This wall comes out to here, or even to the water. It doesn't really matter. This and this. Priority number 1. Don't worry about anything else, just get that done. Once you can wall yourself into your base, you can start, breathing deeply and building into the late game. But having them kind of come in and out, or, sideswipe you like that, with no opposition until they reach a human being, definitely a difficult situation to be in. Their argument, I guess, will be, we have lasers, we'll just put lasers down and lasers will solve the problem. But, yeah. Alright, give me a second. Somebody's messaged the admin channel. You got another one. Oh dear. Have you been Googling? Oh, maybe the internet's sending you a sign. Maybe the Maggie noodles. There's a Lidl near me, mate. You can buy them from Lidl, right? And even more comes in. Are the South going to send any shots? They've not... I don't know. This has been really well kind of coordinated. 400 odds military and 164 jump us by 7.3 points. Up to 52. I mean, that's kind of nasty. And again, my initial kind of thing would be, look, we need to get this down now. We need it down 10 minutes ago, but now. Like, grab bodies, grab people, let's do it. You know, instead of... And I hate to be rude because this guy's new, I guess. But grab this guy, give him 1,000 walls, and tell him to draw a big line across this way, a big line across this way. Yeah, hold down W, hold down left click, you know. Easy, easy. So yeah, North are in ascendancy at the moment. Labs are modded up. Everything up to blue in there too. LDS is starting to stack up nicely. And they're in cruise control at the moment. They're in the lead. They even have like an independent wall building, which I love. This is, yeah, chef's kiss on this one. Just do it. It's super duper. Look at this, like a couple of miners here, most of the miners there, and you're going to end up with thousands of wall by the end of the game that will help you get, you know, your base walled off. There's not a huge amount of defense going on at the moment, but that's fine. And our brand new player is threat farming. Oh, nice. That's awesome. So yeah, this guy has never played any biter battles before. He's joined with his friend Luke. Don't want to get the name wrong again. He may have left. Okay, he might not be here, but maybe he comes back. Yeah, he's threat farming. Awesome. Helping his team. In minus 10k threat as well. So yeah, I like that from these guys so far. Like, they are kind of managing this really, really well. We don't have a threat farmer on South either. I don't know if that would have helped too much, but they've kind of screamed ahead. And they're tripling down on this, which is kind of paying off a little bit too, to be fair. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do we like the South? Are we worried about them at all? Or do you think that both teams, by the way, I speak as if both teams have noobs and terrible players, and they don't. Like, this will be a well-managed effort either way. So if the South get pressurized, their response will be correct. But I am worried a little bit, like, this is a really large wall, right? You know, I say this a lot, but when you've got roboports, and you guys know this from playing the game normally anyway, but when you have roboports kind of stationed in these areas... Oh shit, that's a terrible square. Why did I do that? Just imagine these are roboports, okay? I'm using my artistic license to draw. When you have to have a robot fly, like say for instance the stone chest is here, all the way out here to replace a wall, it's going to need to make lots of pit stops at other roboports to charge up, right? So let's say you need to build like, you know, a large expansion to the wall, and you need it to be this big instead of the 1 or 2 thicker that it is. You're going to have thousands of bots making this secondary journey, not the straight line, but the one underneath it, meaning that the roboport's going to be clogged up. They do, mate. They make pit stops. That's what I call them. Yeah, recharging. Charge themselves up. So, yeah, it's annoying, and you'll see this later where there'll be a roboport and there'll be like 20 to 30 bots crowded around it, all with different jobs. So, yeah, you just try and minimize that by spacing out your roboports a bit better. Not the end of the world, but you'll certainly have like a bit of a quality of life in respect to them not running out of power. Right, hide this, do this. Oh shit! Let's do this. We're gonna set up a prediction. I believe we're you know, who wins this one? North South. We're gonna give you 30 minutes on this. So this is my prediction. Everybody got their points back from the last one, and then we'll take a look across the map. But you know kind of what's going on at the moment. Purple from the north is being sent down to the south. The south are pushing ahead, and they're not looking at spam. You know, they're not looking at this kind of playstyle at the moment. They're researching well, although they're missing certain sciences, like blue isn't going into all of their labs. They do have robots up. Only 59 robots at the moment, and they have this laser outpost, which I really like. I really, really like this. South are closing their wall, which is a good thing. And they do have another outpost out here, which I haven't spoken a huge amount about, but we do see a mixed build on the go. So this is now switching itself on. And Dampy and Smiling NASA, as well as Califabop and is it Bordeca and Friendly Fire? These guys don't mess about. They do get to rockets quickly. The only difference in this game is that their opposition are equally as fast. So, yeah. It's speed versus speed. Literally, it's fast versus fast. And it's unrelenting speed as well. Normally there's a bit of a fall off, but the North are smashing it. In fact, I don't see any egregious or inherent weaknesses in their game. As we can see here, blue chips, prod ones, speed ones. So yeah, late game items, moving their way across. So it seems to me like this is compartmentalized, right? Main base is going to get up to blue research and then start building LDS. If other areas, like this for instance, outpost, brings the rest. Rocket fuel prod is that down by... Here we go. I mean, they've preordained it. They've said, look, we're going for a rocket. We'll spam you a little bit. We'll push the pressure up onto 50-odd%. And they're dealing with 38, but it's not too bad. And yeah, we're just aiming for this mixed build. And South Outpost are building mixers, which are yeah. And again, these will literally fill all of this space. All of this space will be filled with mixers and more. So when you can find space, then this is where you stick your mixed build stuff. So I like it. They need bots, if I'm being honest. Like, they're a little bit behind in the bot race, and once they do get their bots up and running, or have more of them, because there's only 120 at the moment, they'll be able to fill out these enormous builds. But yeah, I like the South's defense better though. That's one thing I will say. And they're starting to research their lasers better, so they're getting more out of it. And then Bits again starting to look at his own defense, because the North is still dealing with some bugs. I mean, they have a negative threat for now, but a large send will tip the balance a little bit. So what Kishito's doing here is, if you tap a building with a single bullet, that'll trigger every bug in the area to come and run at you. So another little tip there for threat farmers: if they're not getting aggressive to you and you need them to kind of start to zone in on you, tap a base with a single bullet, and that will trigger them to find you tasty. Are they going defenders at all, or are we just going grenades? It looks like just grenades. Meanwhile, this is definitely a laser outpost as well. So very similar themes going on here. Guido Cram, no idea what this is. You were going to win some easy points. Unfortunately, there weren't many people here when we started that, so it'll be more competitive now. And you never know. You might, if you were out on the South, you might still be in for a shout. Stranger things have happened. So I'm not counting them out yet. They've certainly got some pedigree amongst their ranks. It's more or less just now how they coordinate. Right, I'm going to grab some water. I'm going to have a bit of a stretch, guys, so I'm going to give me 30 seconds just to have a stretch, because my back is killing me. So... I needed that, for sure. It is, yeah. I might need to kind of mess around. It could be because of the amount of people on that we drop it to like 0.95. What happens when you get games like this as well is you get really large blueprints going down. So, you know, with really large blueprints, they slow the server down. Now, all it takes is for there to be 5 or 6 on the south, 10 to 15 on the north, and as we can see here, they're already starting to do stuff like this. It can really slow the game down. So we do advise, as an admin group, to not just massively print your entire game plan into the ground, because it slows stuff down. The best thing to do is to, just build it one by one little block at a time. So if it's choppy, in fact, let me ask if it's choppy. Let's see what the response is. Remember, I'm also not the referee here, so it's not my call. I just want to ask a question. You might say that everybody goes, do you know what? It's a bit, it's a bit off. Even more lasers. I mean, I don't hate it. And then another 315. We're 0.9% off of a very nice amount of evolution on south. And this is just it. They're just pressurizing, 10-point jump here, a 5-point jump there. Not to do standard rocket mixes, I know, right? I'll tell you what, let me get some better music on from this. I like this stuff, but I feel like it's a little bit like I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay, Kushito is sent again. So really big sends going to the south. Nice. Will it affect them? Will it do anything? I mean, they've got rows of lasers now, slightly upgraded. They're building their walls. And again, I don't want to be pedantic about it, but that's 1,188 like purple signs that could and should go into research. So, I mean, yeah, you're going to get some in your labs, but there's some labs that are missing. Oh, they're missing blue, I guess. And they're kind of backed up on purple a bit, but I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it. You're going to slow down soon. Or maybe they don't have a ton of like purple kind of... A nuke? Okay, I like this from the south. We did talk about McDonald. Oh my... Right, that's it. I'm writing to my local MP. It's gone too far, boys. The madness has to stop. The madness has to stop. It's too much. The machines, they're listening to us. And they're learning from her. Right, I've just got off the phone to the police. Once they stopped laughing, they told me that it's not a crime. And then they hung up on me. So I feel like they've dealt with me as politely as they can. But I will be looking into this because your machines should not be listening to you. Oh, I didn't sign up to this. Alright, medium and big spitter bosses, let's take a look. Are we scared at all of this? In many ways, yes. In many ways, yes. I am nervous about this. And this. Schultz. Oh, like Olaf Schultz. He's Big Cheese, isn't he? And I know the name. I recognise the name. He's like some big member of parliament. MEUP? I don't know. The only German one I knew was Merkel. I thought she was alright, to be fair. I didn't know much about her. And again, I don't get into politics too much on this stream because believe in what you want to, you know? It's your vote, it's your opinion, and you should be heard. That said, some opinions are, in my mind... Ah, he's the next guy. Ah, yeah, that's where I'll have heard him. Yeah. Sensible man, from what I've heard. What is this? What? When did this happen? It's Neuro's on some pretty fruity drugs at the moment, isn't he? Don't obviously do drugs, kids. If there are anybody out there, be responsible. What is this? I need to change my browser. I'm running incognito mode. That's like super stealthy, right? Surely if it's incognito, they have no idea what I'm doing. Or I need to go and melt my router. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, this is scary, mate. But it's not a reliable buffer. That's my only concern here. This is not a reliable buffer. You know, you'd be better placed, and I say this with love, to go for this. Get nuclear up and running. The time spent building this. Yes, it's a work of art. Yes, it looks pretty. And yes, you're feeding it solid fuel. And maybe it's an interim power block, but it just seems to me, yeah, egregious. Oh dear. And well, we talk about mass blueprinting, boys. This is what we mean. "2 days to fully kill it." How do I kill it? Do I need the Sword of 1,000 Truths? We can give the Sword of 1,000 Truths to a noob. Yeah, I've heard about backdooring. Apparently there's a backdoor in WhatsApp, which is quite scary. And sometimes they're written in on purpose. Again, that's me showing the extent of my technical knowledge on these things, but yeah. Ooh. Very nice. The North are absolutely smashing it. What have I missed here? What's not happened? Are the North just really fast? Or have I missed a trick here? Have I been dozing off? Everything you need to get a rocket, right? Followed by everything you put inside a rocket. Followed by the fuel that you need for a rocket. Now again, obviously you need lots of it, but... Oh, I turn all that bollocks off. Yeah, no gamer mode for me, mate. I am the gamer mode. When I activate, I don't need any extra help. But this is scary, man. This for the South, this is really scary. So you reckon uninstall Edge? You don't get the option. No Windows for me, mate. No Windows for me. Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest with you. Blueprinting at this level will slow us down. There's just no two ways about it, right? And up here, as well as this, I'm sorry if I'm making anybody seasick doing all this, but it will have an impact on you. Ah, so Linux is... Yeah, okay, I've heard about this stuff. Yeah, I'm not... Thing is, I say I'm an idiot, and I am in many ways, but I know enough to keep myself, you know, relatively up to speed with this kind of thing. And again, like, you need to do... Oh, I know people say do your own research, that's obvious, but it's something you should always be careful of. Nobody's going to make something that you can look into that they can't look out of. And that's something to be kind of cognizant of when it comes to this kind of stuff. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. And it's why when we go back to things like TikTok, I don't need to put my life online. No, and it's boring. Like, my life is boring. You don't need to see that. Nobody needs to. How many bots do we even have on South? Do we even have enough bots to fill these blueprints out? 400 bots and you're blueprinting like this? Nah, come on, bro. You could get 2 or 3 noobs to go and do this for you. How are we looking on player count as well? 29, 26. So the South have taken a hit by a couple of players. It just appears to me like they've slipped a little bit in speed. Am I wrong here? What do you guys think? Like, it doesn't seem to me like they've really kept up in pace. I think it's about server load. So these are to be built, and then a job is created for a bot. A Mac gamer, do they exist? You can play video games. Well, I know you can play some video games, like the kids ones, but not like real full-on games, though, right? I'm not just saying that to troll. I don't know any Mac gamers. Yeah, it's a memory thing, from what I've heard. Neuro and that talk about it. And there's not a huge amount you can really do other than asking people not to place blueprints this size across a large area, you know. Ultimately, if you're Bits Oreo, you can also make this happen yourself, just by left-clicking a wall and just dragging it around, right? So, yeah, I don't know. We're looking at 2 really big bases, though. Like, genuinely really big bases, so I don't know if, like, this is safe. The North have their threat farming, that's great, but at some point this is going to run out of steam. Got any deviations? No, that's battery prod. What the hell is this going into? There's more lasers? They're just tripling down, quadrupling down on it? Okay, let's take a look into the North's research. RCU into laser shooting. I like it. It's on par, it's on pace. And we started at the 30-minute mark, so we're really only in 1 hour and 37 in-game time. Here we're just going towards purple, yellow. Oh, they're so far behind. What have they prioritized then? What am I missing here? We've been on the map the same time, and we've had the same amount of players. So have we just missed some timings here for the South? Or are they more thinly spread? Because to have North be already at that purple-yellow side... No way. Amazon wants to sell you a noodle subscription. Is that a thing? That's the first time I've ever heard of that. What, where they send you like 20 packs a month or something? I mean, I eat a lot of noodles. I wouldn't get a subscription to them. That's terrifying, mate. I apologize if I've influenced your... I'm an influencer, boys. I've influenced somebody's advertising algorithm for the worse. I apologize, mate. That was never my intention. With great power comes great responsibility. And I have abused that power today by influencing an advertising algorithm. I didn't realize how powerful I was. Oh, terrible. I'm sorry about that, mate. Alright, North have positive threat. which will climb very quickly as well. So what are we worried about? The wall needs to be closed off eventually. Like, where does this end as well? Just for, you know, where does this go? The wall needs to come this way, right? And then you've got another power plant by Neuro? Oh my god. Why? Why? Like, at what point do you start going south with that wall, right? You know, do you encompass everything? Do you just make a huge wall and then just hope that they don't loop? I kid you not, guys and girls, like anybody watching that's seen this game before, the bugs they don't attack straight. They're gonna come this way, right? They're gonna come this way. They will. There'll be a pack of bugs that moves out here and skirts around and hits you sideways. Make the biters pay for it. I agree, dude. Make them pay for it in blood. This is kind of, yeah, it's not great though. Yeah, and more blueprints. It's why I'm zooming out a lot more. I don't want to kind of like drop the frame rate too hard. I'm hoping that because these guys have the bots, they can actually build them. But yeah, in my mind, this is a sign of weakness. If you're a player right now, let's say I pop into the game, like I pop in here, I'm running to our wall box, right? So wherever we're building walls, I'm grabbing everything out that box. I'm getting in a car, or I'm literally running and I'm filling out every single part of this wall. Just dragging my mouse, dragging my mouse, dragging my mouse, dragging my mouse. Yeah, we can't talk bad about Neuro. He's the boss. So yeah, you're just dragging, and then before you know it, you've built your own wall and your bots. Every single one of these is a job that a bot needs to do, and basically is a thing that your bot. You have like what? Here apparently there are 20 of them. Obviously, there's more in the network, but you only have 460, right? So just do it yourself. Seriously, do it yourself. So much easier as well. Finally, the mix build is on. So here we see at the very end of this, blue chips, prod ones, and there'll be some prod ones, and down the line they'll transition to speed ones, as well as some LDS. Everything that you need to get to an end game. However, the North have been chesting those particular items for a while now, and they're all powers an issue. Interesting. Power's not going well. Why? You're on yellow power? What's the problem here then? Is it liquid? No? It's because of fake power, right? RCU's up and running, it looks like, or beginnings of. Don't know if you beacon that or not. I would, but you know, they've got time to if they want to. So yeah, power is an issue. Who's their power build? I mean, obviously this will pop up. Potentially, yeah, they could back themselves up. They are chesting though, so unless the chest fills up to the buffer max. But yeah, that could be an issue potentially. That's actually a really good spot, by the way. Really good spot. I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, let's just silently back out of that because there are stream snipers. If somebody runs over and fixes that now, I fucking know that somebody's stream sniping, right? We know where it is, though. We'll check back in 2 minutes to see if anybody's made any plans. I really should delay the stream. But their power is an issue now, so they're under what they need to operate correctly. And that's even with this nightmare that's barely on. Look at it. There's no way. Oh, you cheating bastards. They're here, mate. They're here in chat. 100%. Right, remind me to ban Rune. There's no way they just spot that at the same time we're talking, right? Alright, can somebody point out a problem for South? Can we help them in the same way? Just spawn a little chest of yellow signs they can put into their labs. Well, they finished their purple research, which is good. They are a long, long way away from doing anything really of note. Are they looking at nuclear power? Do they have anything in that respect? They're not aiming for. We've got somebody sending Milsci, I guess. I mean, okay, they're climbing the 50s, even though the South are dealing with like early 70s. So I don't know how much longer you want to invest time into this before you kind of move on to something else. But yeah, moving to uranium ore is probably a good move. Otherwise, you're going to be absorbing. Rail transport, you need 4 rails for purple. So purple science is your these smelters and rails with prod ones, and that pumps out purple. Now again, these guys aren't miles behind, but they are, in terms of this game, they're a good 30 minutes, 25-30 minutes behind the north speed. I believe they're not threat farming anymore, and they're boxing up a ton of stuff as well as satellite components. And this is something that people miss out a lot when we play the normal games. You don't just launch a rocket, you need to put something inside of it. And that something is that something is a satellite. So we will be using the actual silo we're given, which is not common. A lot of the time the silo is built at... Wait, what? Ooh, okay. It's never built this out in the middle of nowhere. They're still susceptible to being attacked. You just launch fish. That would be so much easier, wouldn't it? I think the trouble you go into making the thing, surely anything you put in there is worthy, but apparently not. Apparently it has to be one of the finest satellites mankind can craft. Which obviously you need lots and lots of blue chips, LDS, you need loads of solar panels, and it's a couple of different bits and pieces. It's annoying, but it's a good endgame test to see who's on their metal. It's almost to no surprise now that the North will be launching a rocket first. It would not surprise me that the South get there as well. They do have multiple mix builds on at the moment, churning out items. I'd give it a go, mate. I'd love to try that out. I mean, Loadout, what do you reckon? Would you recommend Fish Defender? It's different. It's certainly not biter battles, but I'd love to try it. I'm very new to all of these automation games, so I'm not really like in knowledge of who the best players are or kind of what the metas are, but I just love learning about them. So I'd give it a go for sure. I don't think I'd be very good, but I'd give it a try. Give it a try. Oh, my throat's going. I need to get a different beverage. 1 second. Free play game. Oh, okay. Cold beer. Other drinks are available. If the South win this, 1% of you are getting a lot of points. Holy shit, I've just noticed the prediction there. Okay, so nuclear reactor is looking to be going down on the south to the east. This outpost is kind of monstrous. I mean, I like it, I guess. Are they going to go for more, or are they kind of stuck on space? I don't mind this, actually, to be fair. This outpost had to develop something, and if they're going to be building a rocket in Maine, there's not a huge amount you can really get done, other than bringing like loads of lasers, blue chips, and speed ones. There's so much resources. I thought these guys were going for rocket. Like, genuine, I thought these guys were pushing all the way to endgame, like proper endgame, and it seems to me like they're just building, what, 4 mixers, 5 mixers? And that's it. That's all she wrote. And then what, you just drive a train all the way back to main? I don't know. South seem confused, man. They have one more player. Oh dear. If any of you get beer advertisement, by the way, then we know. Then we know. There's space here for those mixers. 100% there's space. You know, if you were to do them vertically, I don't know if... Let me just quickly... I'm just going to do something real quick. So they are this long. Yeah, you could squeeze them in. You could easily squeeze them in row by row. Obviously, as well and as graceful as I just did that there. But you could definitely get them in. And it's pretty much your only play here. If you're not building a rocket, you need to be able to supplement to the main base. And I don't know if I love this, but you've got to do something. Maybe just a train full of everything. You know, maybe it's a train full of rocket parts, a train full of, you know, rocket fuel. I don't know. I don't hate this. This is kind of a cool, different change in the mix build as well, but... Barry wants to send some Milsci. Yeah, it does. Rocket fuel for sure. They're so behind the curve, though. It's, you know, scary, really, because we already have rocket fuel kind of potentially. I know that you need to build your, you know, Prod 3s, etc., but this silo is primed to build a satellite. Oh, electricity is grim, though. What's going on, boys? We're in the red? This is huge. If they can't fix this, this is massive, because they're ready to launch a rocket. They're not far away, sorry. And their production is in the red. Cole's just not getting through. South have an opportunity here. It's going to take them a while to have this kick in. They're still waiting for the generators to kick in as well. And there's not a ton of steam turbines down either. Yeah, it's a brownout. Brownout. It'll bounce because the nukes will come up, but you have a window here. You know, if you need to claw back into a game, like the few minutes that you get from that genuinely might be quite helpful to you. My worry is that they don't really have a lot of bots on South, and now they have power issues as well. As their nuke is being turned on. As we speak, they're putting fuel in. And there is nothing down to actually fuel any kind of turbines. They've got time, obviously. The heat will build in the generator, but yeah, both teams having power issues. And I don't know, like the North will bounce back quicker first. I don't know what this is. Remind me to ban Bullin. Alright. Sorry, that's just for me for later, for notes. Yeah, that's definitely not a play that you make here. Red belts are pointless in this game mode. Like, super duper pointless. For reasons I could go into, but they're just inefficient, they cost too much, and they don't give you an inherent... Ooh, no. That's not good for North. There's a good mixture here of medium and bigs. Now again, if you have laser turrets, in your Mr. Camber for instance, or Tomato Requiem, you can bounce this back, but these guys are coming in, and if they're coming in as like a side angle... Red belts have some exceptional uses, I'll give you that. But as a general rule of thumb, if you're a new player, red belting main is a bad idea. You need that iron. Yeah, you need that iron to for other things. As well as, you know, you're creating extra production for yourself that you don't need to. You could be easily doing other stuff. I've never seen somebody create their own coffin before. There we go. Okay, poison capsules and lasers. The lasers have some upgrades on as well. Again, it's a slightly expensive loss, but, you know, it kills them off relatively quickly. Crisis averted there to a point, but yeah, they are vulnerable up here. As I did say, there's a shelf that's undefended, and you know, when your nuke is firing up and, you know, starting to gonna help your base, you need that wall up. And it's just egregious blueprints, mate. Whoever's done this gets banned, right? Chrono. I've never heard of him, but he's getting banned. And then here we go. Yeah, the train is going to be linked. So, hundreds of blue, hundreds of speed ones. How efficient are these though? Because they're still not churning out tons of stuff, are they? Yeah, we're missing stuff. We're missing greens. You rarely see them, like, and I mean rarely. And as you can see now, even the train is blocking the rocket fuel build. So, oh my god, this is terrible. Is this worth it? No. Is it hilarious? Absolutely. Alright, let's dive into the research queues real quick. We haven't done that in a second. Yeah, well, the thing is, had we left that purple and yellow thing, you know, they could have been in the shit for a while. So if they win the game off the back of that, we will claim the victory, not the North. As they drop to 24. Okay, in Silo. There we go. You need it because it unlocks your satellite as well. So you don't just research it for the sake of researching it, as you already get one. Alright, let's take a look at South. Okay, they're expecting to defend. They're expecting to defend. Which I think is sensible, to be honest. They are behind. They're not going to win the rocket race at the moment, but they can certainly build towards it. And they have dedicated laser outposts too. I would emphasize, if I was on their side, a need for, you know, a lot more robos. Like, you need a lot of robots. And power is bouncing still. It's in and out. Like, is this firing up? Slowly firing up. With a decent amount of turbines there as well, and some decent fuel in the background. So, yeah, I think once that gets going, you'll be okay. That's taken a while to kill, and it's not a behemoth. Scary, scary times, right? Take a look. So 73%, that was a boss, to be fair, so they aren't super duper easy to kill. But an average wave against an average amount of defense. Oh, this is too thick. 1, 2. They have a too thick wall. Oh, need to work on this. The wall is the most important bit here, really. Like, you can just run around and fill this in. Oh well, never mind. Not my job. It's way too thin for this time of the game. Absolutely too thin. But then again, it's better than no wall, and in some areas of the game, there is no wall, you know. And at what point do you know, like, where do you stop with this? But just to compare, North's main looks like it's going to be spread over here, this direction. They might even swallow this base up as well. And if you can compare that to where the South have already kind of nested themselves in, there's a lot of extra space that your robots are going to have to cover here. And this distance here is egregious. That's something the South don't have to deal with, that the North absolutely do. So if a wall goes down on the furthest extremity, that's the distance the robot's going to be flying to fix it. Or potentially the longest kind of direction they're going to fix it, whereas the longest journey that a robot's going to take for the South is this. And I kid you not, that is a long ass amount of distance traveled. You know, that much. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's not the end of the game. It's certainly not the end of the world. But it could be the end of their chances if they don't get this wall built very soon. The defenses are coming down on South nicely. I do like them, but laser research is kicking in, I guess. That's good. Power should still be bouncing. Well, not for the North, sorry, but for the South, power's still bouncing. Yeah, dangerous. The nuke's starting to turn on, though. Really slowly. Holy shit, that's slow. Oh, dear. Well, you're just going to have to wait, I guess, if you're on the South. And we're dropping people as well. Terrible. Right, just don't want to wake my dog up. Sorry guys, I just need to close my door. Okay, Monkey's pulling a bit more power in down here. It's a decent play to make because it's a really large coal patch. And even if you, you know, the nuke fires up, you still need a huge amount. Although the argument could be made if you disconnect this outpost, you don't have to fuel all of this. And at this current moment in the game, 2 hours and 28 minutes in, are they sending the military science? Oh, they are. It's doing very little. Very little. But I guess you need it anyway. You know, you need it to do something, and you're making it, so you may as well. As we see lasers, now they're getting piped all the way into the main base, which is great. And I am basically waiting for something to happen here. The North are... Is there anything you guys want to see in particular? Is there any part of the map that you want to check out? It just feels to me like we're just waiting for a rocket to appear on North. Yeah, genuine. It just seems like they're chesting loads of stuff they need. RCUs is a bit of a weakness, but they'll probably have enough to get one rocket up. Outpost on the southeast. I mean, they have, look at the resources they have available to them. This could absolutely be injected into multiple mixed builds. You know, they have chests of stuff, chests of LDS. The train's going backwards and forwards, right? Well, the train hopefully will be going backwards and forwards. And then that's the play, I guess. They have like an endgame build, but are they doing RCUs out here? Would it not make any sense to... Yeah, it would make sense to make RCUs and put them in the train rather than just blue chips. That's definitely a head scratcher for sure. Because you just combine these two, right? And then any excess you chuck into the train. But maybe I'm wrong, you know? And maybe they have some big brain plan that they just do it all in main. But you're safe out here, well protected. Yeah, it's bold, man. It's a bold call to make. You know, getting this nuke up is vitally important as well. Like, that's, for me, that's the most important thing that can happen to the south right now. Power up, make sure that you've got full power on the lasers. And then just, I guess, try and outlast the north. But they're not slowing down, though. Oh, mate. So, the Roomboggle is streaming. If he stream sniped this here, we'll see it on his stream. He'll just, like an aimbot, just lock in on it and go, oh, look, I see a small problem. Yeah, okay, right, we'll check back on that. We'll have a little replay analysis of the Roomboggler later. He's definitely cheating. The power is looking good. I believe that's because the nuke finally fired up. And this, whoa. Okay, that's huge. If they can get this going. But yeah, we have reactors, you know, at full speed. We don't have every single turbine down. But, you know, potentially this will be huge. And it will be more than enough power for, you know, the end of the game. If they can get everything down here. And again, you need the fuel for it as well. This is a hungry build. You know, 15 reactors. Jesus. Tons. And they have time to do this too. So this has been a nice little outpost, actually. Lasers, like oil production. I like this. I don't like this. Just saying, no, don't hate me. Please don't ban me. You know, they're churning out. They have 6 at the moment. Yeah. Oh, steady on. Where are they churning through? Here we go. 12 at the moment. So they'll have almost enough fuel for it. With some fuel in hand as well. So, but if this goes boom, if this goes bang, that will be an enormous explosion. And we have a breach. We have a breach, boys. Now, Ragnar should be able to deal with this, as well as Tim. And Smarter Requiem is going to drive in and throw some stuff. But still, though, look where they came from. That wall's not super thick, and they've just chewed through it. So, you know, having such a large border to defend, you're going to come into contact with pockets of breaches. So I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this. If the North end up having rockets sent against them, I worry about them being able to defend themselves across an entirely huge surface area, you know, that kind of border they've made. Both teams have really big bases, though, to be honest with you. Normally you kind of spread this out a little bit. Fordecker just ran a trust command, effectively giving new players trust. And I'm sure that that'll be taken away once the game is over. I have no idea. As far as I'm aware, it's a copy and paste command that you can chuck in on our server. Admins only, but it will give everybody trust. We've got a few for like adding players, dropping players as well. People that grief, you can get them kicked immediately with a certain command. You know, you can type ban, but you know, there's another one where if you just instantly hit it, then whatever they're doing stops. And remember I talked earlier on about like robots needing pit stops? Yeah, that's a lot of people with a lot of jobs just hanging out, you know. If you were to put 2 or 3 more robots down, that's 12 bots charging at any given time. And that's what I mean, is that, you know, you can have little charging ports, whereas instead of this happening, more people are going to work and coming back and doing bits. But yeah, I'm slightly running out of steam, guys, but that's just because this is the second game, so bear with. We'll pick it up as we get to the end of this. Oh, that's lovely beer. Lovely, lovely beer. 2 hours and 30 in. We are certainly ahead. Yes, and sometimes when they're running out of charge, they limp in really slowly. You know what I mean? They're like this, for instance. This isn't good. I genuinely think this is something that people don't pay a lot of attention to. Because look at this thing, it's going to crawl away and then it's going to crawl back, and like more roboports in this area, or if you know for sure that this is like, you know, something like this, for instance, much smarter to do. They'll pick one, they'll charge, they'll move on, do their job, and come home. There are some areas I don't think they're really well covered in. I think this is one of them. So yeah, roboport coverage needs to happen. It needs to happen soon, actually. Otherwise, they might, I don't know, they might pay for it really down the line. Upgrades looking nice. Yeah, okay, they're getting the damage upgrades in. Definitely good to see. And for the North, moving forward with that, but yeah, I've seen that actually in speedruns. I have seen that. Yeah, they do prioritize like really interesting placements, and yeah, it has to be for efficiency. So the mixers are up and running, and they are churning out a decent amount of products. My question is, what are we doing with this? Yeah, we've got yellow purple on, that's great. We're slightly behind the curve on that. North should be finishing up their silo research. They're halfway through now, okay. Let's take a look at South. Energy weapons, prod 2, speed 2, rocket mods. Ooh. I'll have to watch this back, but I think North have just been really quick. Or maybe the distribution of labour has been key, so they've known how to place certain people into certain positions. Basically, initializes a variable to hold names, then list all connected players, iterate through them, and for any player not trusted, give them trust and add them to their names variable. At the end of command, print all names trusted at this time round. I knew that. I just didn't want to say it, you know. I didn't want to make myself sound too smart. It'd be cool if they had an upgrade for that. Roboports can charge 8 things at a time. That'd be good. I need to learn more about speedruns as well. Like, a lot of the guys that come in and watch the stream are speedrunners, and I've always kind of threatened that I'd give it a go. So maybe there'll come a time where I hop in and I get involved. Maybe up to like a certain science, you know. Speedrun to like, initially, you know, blue science. learn from that, get good at that, and then move on to like my purple, my yellow, etc. As we can see now, the South are. Yeah, I mean, as we do see here now. No, they're faster, mate. They're faster. Oh no, wait, 2 hours and 1. We started at 29 minutes. They're 5 minutes away, aren't they? From that 2 hours and 1. Yeah, and also as well, like, I'm guessing Jimmy launched the rocket at 2:01, right? As in, it was flying out the silo rather than just it popping up. This is big though. Yeah, so a decent timing, but you know, with this many people as well, it's kind of nuts. RCUs aren't looking too hot though, so they're not backed up massively. And down the line, obviously, the satellite will come, but I don't know, dude. Like 1K white signs, is it really that important right now? In many ways, no. Bugs are getting properly handled. The walls are eventually getting filled in. Like Roboport coverage is happening. I would be worried about these areas, like genuinely worried about these parts of the map. But like a 1K white send, I don't think does anything to the south, other than shoving the evolution number up. But maybe testing them in some areas. But I don't know. Oh, I've done a few of them. They're really good fun. The MMP speedruns with Kobe, and yeah, they're fucking hilarious, mate. Obviously, Steel Outposts are the best, highest skill players. Science 1 Outpost, pretty much running the show. You're welcome, everybody. We put in so much hard work, mate, you know. I had to move Steel from one area to another, and then I had to know which box. There were like 3 boxes, and if I got the wrong box, then the whole game would crash. So I basically did the whole thing on my own, carried the whole team on my back, you know. Man of Steel, balls of steel. The fastest launch in Bite Battles with 10 players. After getting launched on 140, it's doable, isn't it? I think that the variable you have to take into account is that if you have another 10 playing against you, do you know what I mean? Like if you had 10 on 10, but then, that's kind of an interesting concept. Wait, hang on. This is either a really good idea or I'm having an absolute car crash at the moment. 10 on 10, where both teams are going fast, right? So it's not like the 10 on the north are just going to troll the 10 on the south by spamming. And the idea is that you get as fast as possible a rocket, but you also have to fuck with the opposition, right? You don't just get to do it sandbox. You have to deal with evolution and throws and that kind of thing. That would be good. It depends on how you want to. So sometimes you'll have like 10 in main, 3 in one outpost, 5 in another, 5 doing the offensive stuff. If you're defending, you kind of need everybody at the wall with capsules, grenades, defenders, you know, healing potions, except healing potions, fish, I mean. Oh, mate, 10 on 10? Should we set that up? There's enough people. If you have an idea of how you think that looks, Amitai, I kid you not, like we love hosting weird and new events. The 1v1 tournaments have gone down a huge storm. Like we're seeing people come back and play the normal game. You know, we're having a huge pickup in terms of people watching the streams back, which is great. Not just for me, but just generally more people are seeing this and they like what they see, I hope. So yeah, give me a shout, mate. If you think that that's something that you want to try, send me a message. We'll try and make an event, you know. Let's say we do it in March, you know, or a date that works for you guys. 10 on 10, we could do it as a show match. So start a whole other server up, you know, one of the spare servers, like the old captain server. Your guys 10 versus our guys 10. We could even do speedrunners versus Biter Battles players. So your team are all speedy guys, and our team are all the normal Biter Battles people, and see how we go. I think the Biter Battles guys would struggle with speed, but I think that we'd have a good shout in terms of playing the game mode out efficiently. You know, players like Carl don't really fuck around. Interesting. All right. Remind me to not ban. All right, just a note for when I watch this back. So yeah, let's take a look at the research now, because we've got to be closing in at the end of this. Good. I'm not sure about this into capacity, but that's fine. Potentially you have more laser upgrades, right? I mean, you could go for energy weapons 3, shooting speed 4. I've heard about this. It was called, if I remember correctly, BBC, the Biter Battles Championship. And Everlord, who is still in and around the reroll the map 200 times. Oh, sick burn. Yeah, so I've heard about it, and I've seen videos on YouTube by a guy called Clown Town. I think his name was Clown Town. And he used to cast all of the games, and then he kind of stopped a few years ago. I really liked it, man. I think it's a really cool format. You know, these games don't go on for super long, but they're really strong players playing against each other. You could have like a league setup where you have like a table and, you know, one team plays the other team one week, and then the next week they have to play another team, and it's like first place versus third place and all that stuff. I've been keen to get that on, but unfortunately my job at the moment's really busy. I haven't had time to coordinate. Over the summer, I have loads of free time. Loads of free time, actually. So I might try and see if I can fire that up. Because you'd only need about 4 teams. You know, if you really wanted to, you could have 6 teams, 12 teams even, but 4 teams playing every week. You know, one team versus another, and then over the course of like a month, you have like a wins-loss. You know, last place playing first place, second playing third, and then you have like a finals, etc. Bragging rights. Do you know what? I'd even make a little cup out of tinfoil and send. No, do you know what? I'd cover a pot noodle in tinfoil, and that would be the prize. Golden tinfoil pot noodle. Oh yeah, mate, 190% as well. That's savage. It's almost impossible to deal with, to be honest. My frame rate is absolutely dropping. Oh, blue chips are an issue. Wow, blue chips are really an issue. Where the hell? Oh, they're still making yellow. Why? Alright, guys, keep an eye on this chest. Because I believe Runeboggle is about to Runeboggle himself into another snipe. They've got like close to 100 plus blue chips here, and their RCUs are running out of blue chips. They haven't turned yellow off. And they absolutely need to. What the hell do they need their yellow for now? Nothing. Literally nothing. Bit of a mistake there. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, you can just grab those blue chips and just hand them into your RCU. It's not like you don't need RCUs, right? You have some. You don't have enough for another 2 rockets. Meanwhile, I'm sad to say, the South are really falling down. Like, they're kind of miles behind, and they might end up with like 3 to 4k white going their way before they even build a single rocket. And then again, it's, you know, do they build their own silo? Are they going to use the one from Maine? They really should use the one from Maine. RCUs. No recipe. Oh, so sad, dude. But then 500 there, 300 in that box too. So when the RCUs do get going, if they can even if they could beacon this, that would be huge. Absolutely massive if they can beacon this. Yeah, I am struggling to be positive about the South right now. I want to be. Like, these guys are good players, and they know what they're doing, but this is lovely, mate. If you could easily stick a beacon or 2 down here, you would fly out. And they're kind of ready forever. Oh, it's such a shame. They're so close to a rocket. It's unreal, and yet they are miles behind in terms of research. Like, miles behind. Well, rocket number 1 has been launched. I'm sorry I missed that, guys. That's the first time in a long time I've missed that. However, yeah, rocket 1 has gone up at the 2 hour and 44 mark. I think it's going to be some time since we see rocket number 2. A couple minutes maybe? But we're now looking at what seems to be the end of the game. The South have a fortress that will be difficult to penetrate into, but I feel like 4,000 to 5,000 white signs does that easily, and I don't think they're going to hit their rocket target in time. So we'll have to wait and see. Unless they've got something up their sleeve that I haven't spotted yet. Let's have a real scan over these outposts. So we're committing to this. Terrible idea, I believe. Neuro's outpost, which has gone nuclear and laser. Really solid outpost out here by Neuro. The walls are still, I mean, they're starting to close in now, but this is what I talked about by having like a human player do this. You don't want to let the bots take ages to fly and drop this down. Just do it yourself, man. Don't be lazy. Yes, it's annoying and boring, but if you do that, then the bots can do everything else. Oh, custom socks with an interesting idea. A little enclave of lasers here. Don't think that's going to be a great shout, but let's take a look. Let's see what a wave does against just flamers. As you can see now, the wall pattern breaks them up somewhat, so they kind of like mess themselves around on the walls. Oh, one player could handle defense easily, mate. Easily, especially from the beginning of the game. If you get a handle on your threat farming early, 100% one person could easily drag you and your team deep into the hundreds, if not the thousands. I don't know. Alright, the good news for the South is they should have tons of lasers and power to power them. So the surplus will be there for them. They're moving towards having, you know, kind of really discompartmentalized satellite production. However, if I scan up north, 59 over 100 and not slowing down. It's not beaconed, to be fair, which would make it even quicker. Or not fully beaconed, I should say. But yeah, rocket number 2 is on the way. Silo on the south. Not really, kind of frustrating on this. Very frustrating. Let me get some different music on. Oh yeah, let's do this. It's been a while. Here we go. This is royalty free, if I believe. So I'm not going to get done for sticking this on. Okay, so I'm starting to run out of steam, guys. I'll keep streaming, obviously, and I'm certainly not drunk. I don't really have a lot to say about the South. We're waiting for them to kind of do stuff. They're training components in, and to be fair, there's a lot of components to be training in. I'm a huge fan of that. That said, are they building up a decent stockpile at the very least? Some. Messy though, right? Rocket fuel and LDS. I mean, they have enough for a rocket if they get their Prod 3s down. They also need to research the silo as well, so they're way behind in that respect. And the second rocket's going to pop hit. What you could do as well, if you're expecting to be breached, obviously through massive amounts of, you could build a defensive box inside of your own base, like this, for instance, that has lasers inside of them. And having lots of these structures inside of your base, it'll pull focus of the bugs, so that if they do break through that initial wall, they go to these structures first. So let's say, for instance, they breach this wall and this wall. On their way into your base, they'll key in on this and hopefully be distracted. You're going to see a rocket, mate. Don't worry about it. And we'll make sure we watch this one launch as well. But yeah, shame. Real shame. Congratulations to the North, obviously. They've done very well here. To get to this point, it's very quick. But that said, you know, like, did the South have a counterpunch? What are these guys waiting on? 2 more solar panels. There we go. 1, 2. We need it to have a satellite inside. If you launch a rocket without a satellite, you will probably be kicked off your own team. It needs to have a satellite inside. Otherwise, you get nothing back for launching. So it's kind of pointless. You've thrown a load of really expensive parts into the sky and got nothing out. And obviously, when we launch a rocket, we get 1,000 white signs back. And that's a really good return. 1,000 of any science is good. 1,000 white signs is fantastic. Yeah, have they got auto launch on? They don't have auto launch on, do they? I don't know what they're doing, because you could throw this into the sky. It's got to be there's got to be an issue with their Yeah, shame. Is there anybody here to do that? Are they just patting each other on the back, going, "Well done, guys. Nice rocket. Hey, have you seen the rocket? It's kind of cool." There should be privileges of these sites, though. You know, if you have less than 10 games in beta battles, you should not be allowed to launch a rocket. I'm sorry. The amount of people that have gone, "Oh, look, click." And then, you know, an hour's worth of work, 2 hours worth of work flies away from you and you just want to cry. But this should be going up. There is stream sniper. He's definitely stream sniping, right? No, he's not. No, he's not. Let's zoom out. Ah, yeah, he is. Ah, dear. I mean, chat could be. Potentially is stream sniping. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, because he's streaming as well. Have you guys? Can one of you guys dive into his chat and see if anybody's giving him advice? Hey, like Ghosty said, you're not launching the thing. I'm gonna do that actually right now. Maybe we put that as the 6th horseman of the apocalypse, snipers. As the rocket goes into the sky, the second out of this silo goes up. Right, I'm going to find him. I'm going to find him on here and I'm going to call him a sniper. Because I can. Where is he? They're scouting though. Yeah, I'll leave him to it. I don't want to interrupt because they're playing really well. I don't want to play distraction for the South. You know, we are where we are, and it's because the North have played very well. And the South have missed some timings. However, we do look like... I mean, we're moving in. What are we missing? Right, they're cancelling stuff here. There we go. Let's go to the South. They're still on their silo, right? It's going to take ages to get this up and running. Although, do you think they can build a rocket really quickly? Do they have enough stuff buffered? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. The LDS aren't flying out, but it's also not beacon. They have beacons researched, right? So you could have beacon production out here. But some of these builds are still going down. I think they've missed a timing opportunity here. They've double wagoned their stuff now, though. I don't hate this. Double wagon's not too bad. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, I'd be building beacons out here and sending them back in. So rocket number 3, we're already over halfway to, and that means 3k white psi. Now I believe the south can absorb 3k white psi quite comfortably. Any more than that though, and I'd be worried. Like, they have the lasers, they have some upgrades, but like behemoths get really, really dangerous, and the bosses especially will absolutely plow through some of this stuff. Like, yes, they're going to hit this and probably die in and around the area, like in and around this area here. But that's like wave 1 and 2. Wave 3 will get a little deeper. And then wave 4 will be on top of your defenses. Wave 5. And you can see that like after the 5th or 6th wave, they're on top of your actual production buildings. So the first 2 to 3 waves of bosses aren't going to really do that much other than test the defenses. And then once they find a hole and punch a hole, they're going to just flood through there. You know, it's going to be like that Matrix film. And again, there are certain areas of this build that are less than ideal. So sending white science is something you do when you have lots of it. You don't just send like 100 or even 1,000. You normally hold on to a few thousand, and then when you have basically sent all of your rockets, or all of the stuff that you have for your rockets, that's when you... Shall I send 1 space science to unlock vision? Savage. Yeah. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. And at this point in the game, you don't need to, you know, be portioning your efforts out in that way, in that regard. But yeah, I don't know. It's GG. I mean, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to call it super early. I might be wrong and curse the North, but I think this is GG for the South. They've been beaten by a mixture of speed and accuracy. They've been accurate. They've been fast. They've just been a little bit more accurate and a little bit quicker than the South, really. Let's be honest. I don't really see where the South have gone wrong. But there were periods of time where they just fell behind. And it might be that they've got too many outposts, like this, for instance. Is this cognitive? Has this turned into anything? This hasn't really switched on yet. It's not GG over, but I can't see a way South win this. Yeah, but how long do they get to rocket, right? So here's my thinking. The South will build a rocket, yes. And they have the opportunity to send white science, definitely. Will they send lots of rockets? No. Let's be honest, they're not getting to 5k white science. They can survive 5k white science, I believe, in some areas. They could have sent a counterpunch, yes. It's still not done. It's still not done. Have a look at this. They still have every opportunity to get around this. And if you think about their warpath, if they're coming in, that's their nuke. That is 15 nuclear reactors. And trust me, stranger things have happened. So maybe sending 1 or 2 rockets worth whilst the wall is open is actually a viable strategy. Because there are some areas which just are not defended, right? You're not gonna have the same devastating impact as sending like 5 rockets or 10 rockets. But what you are going to do is rocket number 3 appears. What you are going to be able to do is maybe exploit a weakness. And that's really the best opportunity the South has in causing some chaos. And yeah, they're not in the driving seat, they're not in control of the game, so why not cause some chaos? Throw a big uppercut and hope that you stun the enemy. If you kill those 15 reactors, it swings everything, doesn't it? It swings everything back in your favor. But yeah, we're he's back again. Yeah. Dream sniping. Rocket number 3 goes up. And it's pretty good timings. You know, we're about 4 to 5 minutes in between each one. The RCUs are being a bit of a problem at the moment. They're coming in nice and quick, but they're just not chested. They're not buffered in enormous amount. If I'm the North, you could save 10 rockets before the South have 2 or 3. Now they do have their prod 3s in, which is great. You do love to see this. RCU production looks good. I mean, they have a good long line of the stuff. Where's our fuel? Fuel, I'd just grab that, mate. I'd grab all of that out of the box. Don't let this happen, mate. Fill the box up, for Christ's sake. The 3 minutes it's going to take for this to land and actually fill is easily something you could carry across. And then, yeah, we need LDS. And then I guess any hope that you have of getting a win lies off the back of you being able to keep these lines constantly filled. And why? Don't leave a bot to do this. You need this right fucking now. You need this right now. In fact, you need to grab this and hand feed your rocket silo boxes, that stuff, right? Don't wait for it to drip feed in. You have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds in a box to fill your boxes. I know you're still waiting on certain research, right? But you can prepare and get ready for it. You're not miles away. You're halfway there. And how's their research actually looking? What are their labs like? They're going. But purple's an issue. South, they're relying way too heavily on bots. It's almost like annoyingly noticeable as well. Purple is slowing them down too. Most of their labs aren't on because of purple. Difficult one. There's a lot to like about the South. Don't get me wrong. There is. Finally. Another stream sniper. Okay. So the conditions have been set. Everything is down, being fed into boxes. Arguably, there's a decent amount of stuff here that you could fund a few or fuel a few rockets off of. You're going to need to make sure that you can at least build a few satellites. So this is a rocket off, and we're almost at number 4 on the North. This just seems inevitable. Although, 4 rockets the South can absorb, even 5. Could the North absorb 3 rockets? I don't think so, mate. I really don't think so. Even if they have really heavily upgraded lasers, which they do not have. I mean, look at that. They just walked in. Now again, they'll be able to kill these ones off, but if you were to send white signs and push it into the 120% evolution state, yeah. Their lasers aren't heavily upgraded either. They're only at plus 13. Now that'll happen over time as they kind of, wait for things to happen, but rocket number 4 is on the cards. And it's kind of a gut punch. Although, I've been quite negative about the South. It's not as bad as it looks. Both teams will be sending white signs. It's just a matter of how much and when. Let's take a look at the plucky outpost that's making all of this happen. This is horrific. Mate, make the train bigger. Do you know what? Fuck that. Fill your pockets up, right? With all of this, fill your pockets up, get in the train, grab somebody else, tell them to fill the pockets up, and bring stuff over. Like, you're not lacking in anything other than distribution. Oh, I've missed a trick here. I've missed it. I've called this wrong. Just look at the amount of resources that the South have. They're not moving it correctly, but just look at what's waiting. They're filling up a train with hundreds and hundreds of every single item. I didn't spot this. The South are struggling for RCUs as well as other items, as you know. But the, RCU is coming in slow, right? All the South need to do is get their items here into this area and speed up, obviously, their RCU production with beacons. If they can do that, this will be ridiculously quick. The South might be able to outbuild rockets. As we say that, number 4 is coming up. So it's not done, but Jesus, this is close. It's a lot closer than I thought it was. And I like Souths. It is. It's creating a huge buffer. And like, bring stuff with you. Fill your character's item slots up. Be an extra transport. The only thing stopping the South at the moment are they don't have the silo research finished. Are they closing in? It's so slow, dude. This is unreal. They had that done. What are we missing? What is going on? They've also cut their lines. Like red and they're not getting the relevant. Oh my god! Because they've taken out the underground here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10 labs not working. There's just some fundamental errors going on here, boys and girls. It's not hard, but this is, it's like, I mean, that's the science you want in these labs are sat here doing nothing. It's a waste. Because it's not being used, like, it's not researching. If you just put some red inserters down here, you know what I mean? Like, undergrounds in between, you use these labs, but perfect moment to catch the stream sniper. It's just inefficient. And as Germans, as you all are, as I'm assuming, you love your efficiency. But yeah, I'd start hand feeding some of this stuff. Like, purple's just not been healthy for a while. And let's be honest, it's been a while since we've seen like purple churn out of here or even back up. That being said, taking a look at the silo, are starting to see things buffering and really stack up. We have multiple rockets worth of stuff here. And as it continues to tick over, we should have half a rocket here being built on the north. Rocket number 5 is being built. This is going to be close to the end. My issue is out here, these edges, the base. It's just really vulnerable. You need these extra flamers. They do kind of pay off for themselves if you can get them down. Some of the wall pattern's not done. The lasers are kind of upgraded, so you've got a little bit of a win there. It depends on, so the way that you've got to look at rockets is if you're the north, you've got to think about how do you crack this egg? How do you break through all of this? And what is the kind of magic number of evolution? Obviously 909,999 would be perfect. But, you know, do we think that 120% bugs crashing into this will get through? And if not, then we need to save our rockets until we have enough to break through. So, you know, I would argue 5 rockets shoots the evolution up to well over 170%. So adding about 100% onto the Evo at the 3-hour mark, potentially we're looking at 500,000 bugs crashing down on every part of the south. But if that doesn't do the trick and they defend well and they can hold out on that, you've then got to look at your own defenses and say, well, how many does 5,000 break through this? Yes. Does 1,000 break through this? Yes, absolutely. You know, some of this defense is anemic. I mean, really anemic. Look, there's 1 flamer and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thick wall, and that's it. And a make-believe, you know, force field of walls that haven't been put down yet. Now, you could argue this isn't the most important part of the base, but if they break into here, they are scarily close to 15, 16 reactors. And if this goes down, you lose the game as North. You just cannot power anything. So, yeah, and also there are parts of your wall that just don't exist. Like this, for instance, and they will find this. You know, when you send a lot of signs, a lot of bugs appear, and they're going to crash into every part of the base, including the strongest parts as well as the weakest. So, to answer your question, Zaspar, and it is a good one, you need to hold enough of what you think will break the enemy's base. And that's why we play the captain's game, is the captain is going to make that call. I think that 5 is the lowest number that they'll throw. 10 would be the optimal, because that's a guaranteed, you know, you boys have problems, deal with it, you know, deal with it, South. 10k has just landed on your lap. You're dealing with 250, 300% bugs, millions of them. But I don't think that's going to happen. Although I say that now, an unbeaconed rocket just had some parts put into it. But as I say that, there's no beacon here. I mean, you pull up some of this coal stuff, man. Get some beacons down. Help you help yourself. But a rocket's being built. Slowly. Very slowly. Exactly. And you could easily put 1 beacon here, 2 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Do you know what I mean? You could surround, not all of this, but parts of it with beacons. And that's what I'd be looking to do now. Let's make this as fast as we can. And if it means we have to pull a few of these out of the ground, I would. Because you've got enough RCUs. But you need to get this working for you. You need to, when they scout you, and they say, all right, we're going to send our stuff. And then they scout you with fish, and they see that you've got rockets ready to go, genuine, they'll think twice. So, yeah, you need some... Oh, Draydoon died. Where's that? Oh, out here somewhere. What's this for? Yeah, talking about anemic defenses, internally as well, we also have weak areas like this. So this is okay. No, this is terrible. This is also terrible. This is acceptable to a point. Not good. Not good. Non-existent. So if bugs come this way, or this way, you're fucked. Absolutely fucked. Because the only resistance you're offering them are the buildings you've placed. You know, the only thing they have to worry about is the stuff that you've put in their way that you are relying on, the stuff that you want to keep up. This wall is basically non-existent because it's going to cut through existing production. You know, there's no point in cutting off iron, for instance, for the sake of a wall. The argument would be is you don't build that iron in the first place there, you build it somewhere else. But yeah, it's an interesting end here. If I'm the South, I am screaming at my team to get this done. You know, bring things, bring yourself, and help finish this off. This is your only hope. This is your only real hope of defending a large send that you know is coming. If you're on the South and you've played this game for a long time, you know this is coming. 5k white plus, you know, it could be 6, could be 7, could be 8, could be 10. And meanwhile, if we look at the South, you know, we reflect ourselves onto the southern side. 23 out of 100, it's a good effort. You know, they have lots of chested materials, but Jesus Christ, boys, these miners are not important. Beacons are. Get some beacons down. Beacon up your life. Yeah, and that's hurt them a little bit. You know, they could be closing in on rocket number 5.2 or 5.3. But that's my pot noodle flavor. I'm going to have a beacon flavored pot noodle. It tastes like blue chips and victory. Oh dear. But yeah, not auto launching. You could argue they don't need to, but it's still nice to. Whoever has. Oh wow. If you go anywhere near the site, and this is another thing as well, new players hanging around these areas makes me nervous. is they could all of a sudden just yank a load of parts out of a box that they don't need. It's huge. The thing is, do they have the beacon? They have the beacon research, right? Because they absolutely have it down. Silo's about to pop though, which is good. So they'll be able to make their I'm a spectator. If this guy trolls, he's getting kicked. I would, at this point, I'd be very scared of these newer players being in this area. All it takes is for them to grab some stuff off the line. And yeah, I'd be very worried. Anyway, if it does happen, we will kick. There's no point in trolling a game that has been really good so far. The numbers have been great, and it's still very equal and even, so. Low on LDS. The thing is, they're not low. If I remember correctly, I saw hundreds over here. Look at this. 200, 400, 400, like maxed out chests. I would just get your train. Make more trains. Speed up your trains. Just letting them know. Yeah, just letting them know. Last thing you want to do is have a brand new player come here, pull up fucking power pylons, pull up anything. Just don't. The game is close, man. Like, it genuinely is quite close. The North have absolutely smashed the Rocket side of life, but to be this close to each other is actually a testament to both teams' skill. You know, there were almost 50. Think about this. In my time, it's 11:30 at night for me, which will be midnight for some of you guys in Europe, and even later if you're further to the east. There are almost 50 people in this server, as well as loads of people watching on Spectator Island, and we're in for a banger. The end of this is going to be quite close. Blue chips. Ooh, that's going to sting. Have spares though. Grab a stack of these, boys. I don't think they're ready. Alright, FTNS. Confirmed. It's Berry. Gotta keep an eye out though. Don't want people trolling at this point in the game. There we go. Look at that. It's almost like he heard me. It's almost like the soldier heard the divine advice. There we go. Beacon it up. Beacon up your life. They need to make at least 3 to 4 to be competitive. Let's be honest, 3 to 4 white signs against this build, I think does damage. Genuine, I think this will break areas of this. The revive chance will be high. We're in for a good end game, to say the least. You know, there are areas of the south space I don't like, really, if I'm being honest. Like, turn these on. At the moment, they're sitting ducks, and they can be killed. You know, if spitters come here, they're going to kill off unpowered lasers, which is just a waste. Always be scanning, always be looking, and that's one area I'd definitely be worried about here. You know, just stick this down yourself if you have to. Coincidentally, yeah, worried about this. The main wall is fine, I guess. It's not too bad. Like, it's not great, but it's not too bad. This is a bit thin, it's a bit anemic, but you have good lasers behind them, and you're also researching the laser damage. This is just a crime against humanity, and whoever's made this deserves to go to jail in real life. Remind me to call the police after this. Fake power, it's not real. It's there, but it's not. 64 of 100. Oh, imagine this. All right, let me just imagine if the South send every rocket they get. They just bang 1,000 send, and the Evo goes to 130%. What did he have on him? Nothing special. I was having fun. Yeah, people get a bit tetchy near the end of the games. But anyway, yeah, 70 out of 100 for their rocket. For the North, we're looking at 70 out of 100. So, you know, without these, no way. You had yellow signs on him? Oh, come on, man. Don't be that guy. 100 yellow is you could throw that, you know. That's what I mean, though. He doesn't realize that that's actually kind of a big deal in these end games. You don't need that 100 in your labs because you have loads, but that's the kind of thing that later on when you send white signs, you can chest everything you have spare and throw your good sciences. So if you have spare yellow, throw it. You know, you need it anyway. I mean, you're going to be researching up the yin yang in the next couple of minutes for all of your upgrades, right? That 100 might be a big deal when it comes to this. So sometimes new players don't know what they're doing. So I don't mind people like being a bit unsure or not knowing, but genuinely trolling. Nah, come on, bro. You can do better than that. You know, you can do whatever you want in life, including being annoying. So try and do something else. Oh, we're backed up, boys. We are backed up. This is what you love to see. Where are the beacons? Like, light the beacons. Gondor needs us. Somebody please, grab some of these. I'll start rhyming in a minute to hopefully get them on their way. Grab these beacons, boys. The thing that needs them most is here. It's fucking here. Like, ugh. It hurts my brain. Just pull these up. Pull these up, actually. Pull 4 of these up and slap them. Plop them down here and give your team a chance. You might have to join and help them, mate. He should know. He's also spent the last couple of minutes talking to a noob who's been running around, and he's had to put some of his stuff in and saying, I don't know. This is a slip for sure. This is a slip up. You need modules in here. You have the beacons ready. It will speed you up enormously. I would never advocate for messaging players in the game. But if somebody can telepathically, with the power of their mind, tell him to do this, please. Somebody. They're too reliant on bots. And rocket number 6, once the RCUs get kicked in, is done. Silo opens, the rocket appears, and that's time for me to get some more beers. Unorganized any percent. I like it. Hello, Thomas. Nice to have you with us. You're joining us at the end of an interesting game. A game that has had many swings, many ups, many downs. Yeah, go for it, mate. Let me show you what the builders are building. We have the outpost over here that appears to be doing defensive structures. Lots of blue chips are being built, and lasers as well. That's outpost number 1. This outpost is making endgame items for the main base in South Main. So yeah, we like to see this. Lots of backed up, really good items. And also they're providing some power as well, I believe, over here. We also have nuclear reactors on both teams. So we have 6 over here for the south. And in the north, we have an enormous but unprotected 16 reactors. That's kind of nutty, right? I mean, I'm not saying they're overcompensating for something, but, you know. So, walls are going down, finally, without a huge amount of defense behind them, but that's fine. Meanwhile, there are some bases that kind of have just petered out, like this one's not really doing anything. And we're really just waiting for this. Perfect. And we have some beacons down, and they're not doing anything at the moment. It'd be really good if you could put some speeds on there, like. So rocket number 1, they need the satellite to be finished. And it boggles my mind that they have speed 1s here in abundance. Somebody go and slap them into This. Please, somebody, please. I'm actually banging my head against the proverbial. There it is. Top lad. Top boy. You've got to have more speed ones, surely. Unless he's crafting speed 3s, that would be kind of a baller move. Alright, rocket number 1 for the south goes up at 3 hours and 12 minutes. It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. We're on. So the rocket race has begun. It's not just one-sided now. The north have competition from the south. The laser's well upgraded as well. And away we go. Now the north have made 6, but RCUs are slowing them down a little bit. Whereas, I'm hoping that the south now, with a couple of beacons, are able to speed things up. You could even stick another 2 beacons down here, boys. Come on, let's squeeze this out. Squeeze life out of it. No, don't be slow, be fast. I'm rooting for the south. Plucky south. South Korea, best Korea, right? One already, 12 out of 100. 30 out of 100, so yeah, crafting speed is not super fast. Plus 60%, yeah, you need these beacons down, boys. Anything and everything. Just make it happen. You could even fucking screw this around, like fuck this off and put a beacon around here. Like, I don't know. Something, anything. Like, pull this up, reroute the coal, put 2 beacons here, boom, extra efficiency. There you go, underground stuff, easy. That is out of range, yes. That's just touching base, just touching. That's good, they're perfect, boys, perfect. This is what you want now, this is pod racing. Alright boys, it's official, I'm a South fan. You know, I love the underdog story, Even though there's 6k white Psy on North, which is pretty much a death sentence to most good defenses. Although Whisper's done a good job here getting this on. Laser upgrades, let's take a look at how we're going on North and South. Yeah. And yet North are running out of stuff, whereas I think the South are well placed for the end game, for like the end of the game, in terms of how much stuff they have saved up, so yeah, this could be a swing, like a late game momentum swing. Because RCUs, healthy, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of rockets worth. And their stuff backed up. I mean, look at this. They actually have a lot of stuff. I mean, I was complaining earlier on, but like I feel like I've done myself a disservice there. This is really good. And more is coming in as we speak. They're not slowing down on their parts. And in a way, like this base over here, I haven't spent a lot of time talking about it, but like, here are those laser pods I was talking about earlier on. If you get broken into, these pods are a good distraction. This has been huge for them. Massive. They're literally filling up their train. There's 1,000 blue chips here in this box alone. 1,000 blue chips. Think about that for a second. And you're just bringing everything. And it's not slowing down. So now it's about who pulls the trigger first, right? Why is there oil in the fucking... Interesting. Now it's just a case of like, who pulls the trigger first? We're at 90 of 100 now for the South. Oh, this is good, man. This is really... Do you know what? When they send, I'm going to stick battle music on. How about that? We'll get some really epic battle music on to kind of see this out. And then I'm going to go to bed because it's been a long day. But I'm really glad I stayed up for this and I casted it because this has been a really good game. And apologies if it sounds like I'm whispering, but I've got some... Hello? Yeah, I can't because I'm the referee this game. That's a shame. Somebody shouted GG. I missed something? They're changing North's... They're changing North's captain? Again, another command that's been brought in. Okay, right, okay, yeah, they're changing to pipes. That makes sense. Means he's got to go to bed eventually, dethroned. Oh, savage. Where's Clutch from? He's American, right? North America? Oh, interesting. Okay, right. We have 2,000 white signs sat in containers. Now, obviously, don't touch these if you're a new player. Just leave this alone. This is like the most important part of the game. And if you get here, just let somebody who knows what they're doing throw this. If you throw like a few hundred of this, you're kind of wasting its potential. You need to have a few thousand. And I believe the North aren't ready. In many areas, they are ready. They're ready here to a degree. The wall's not that thick, but they'll be able to defend well. Yeah, similarly here, right? But then there are some areas like we spoke about earlier, just Jesus Christ, if this gets sneezed on by a behemoth, this goes down. Similarly to here, and similarly to this whole outpost will just get absolutely decimated. Is this now the South to lose? Am I reading this correctly? I mean, they're crafting at 1.8 times, which isn't bad, I mean, considering nothing's really slowing them down in terms of parts coming in, right? Fuel's good, LDS is good. It's going, isn't it? What do you reckon, 3k? A 3k send? It's worse than that. It's 7 now. They've just sent the 7th rocket. 7 versus 2.5? But now it's slow though. Like the RCUs are kind of coming in slow. Oh, this is a nightmare. Carl's probably saying, nah dude, come on. We need 50k. They need to be sensible though on South. They're not getting to 5k before the North get to 10. Right? So you've got to pull the trigger at one point. You've got to say, right, is 3 enough? Is 4 enough? Because we're not getting to 5. If we get to 5, we're lucky if they don't throw first. And again, if they throw first, it's you're defending first. There's no like, I send, you send, and then we both hang it out. Like, if the North send to the South have to rebuff that first. There are gaping opening wounds here that need to be taken advantage of. If you send in larger amounts, the multiplier is larger. So the amount of evolutionary... So if you were to send 1 white science every second, instead of 1,000 white science in 1 second, the evolution change will be different. So they'll end up at different numbers. And yeah, that's just it. If you send and the outposts get hit, I mean, you're giving them ideas, Dampy. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. But yeah, you're giving them ideas. It's a good question. I mean, one of two things are happening here. Either they haven't scouted the area because they don't have the same vision as us. You know, they have kind of blocked off vision. Or they are just cocky and they just believe they've won. You know, we have more than you. Fine, launch a few rockets. That's fine. Like, we'll just do what we want. But now even the questions are being asked in chat. Look, we have 3k. Why aren't we sending? Like, what are we waiting for? What's the plan here? The North are slowing down though. Like, they're not. The RCU is really hurting them at the moment. Not having that. They have a really generous amount of white science in, but it's just a case of now who throws first, right? And that's really going to be the difference maker. Also, satellites, they have a load of, right? They've made 6. Thing is, if I'm looking at this, you kind of need a large number of white signs to break this, assuming that you have the highest level of research for your lasers, which you do, and you have the power to back those lasers up, which again, they do. So all of this is contributing to that not sending. There are pockets and areas which are still filling out, but the South are really well placed to defend. I mean, this is what an endgame defense looks like. In my mind, a slightly thicker wall, but that's just splitting hairs, really. You know, these extra flamer turrets would add a lot of value, and I would highly recommend somebody do this, because you don't need a lot of flamer towers now, so just max them out, like line them up. But yeah, I mean, when do you send and when do you hold? If I'm this north, like, there are gaps here, like actual open areas that they can just walk through. They don't even have to fight anything. The South are in better position to win. I'd say that for sure. The South are in a better position, but you know, it's a case of not blinking. It's a staring contest. North is going to win. North have done more. They've gotten into a better position. I'm not modding. No. I'm not the moderator. I'm not the referee. I'm purely just watching for fun. Oh wait, holy shit! I'm not the referee. Fucking hell! Let's go, South team. I don't have to be. I don't have to be impartial anymore. It's dead even on evolution. 76 to 74. Oh, the effectiveness at the 3-hour mark. It should be, yeah. I mean, every hour it ticks over, it gets more and more effective. So 80 out of 100 now for the South. We're really building into probably what would be an anticlimax. Oh, it's, yeah, 54. They need to find a home for that extra beacon, and that home is right here. You don't need this coal, you need that beacon, mate. Do it now. Well done. They've managed to claw their way back in. And yeah, the South are on 4, when the North are on number 8, but it's slowly closing in. And 4k to 8k, if they both sent at the same time, the North would fold first. 100%. There we go, that's my boy. Enkling, you legend. You found a way to squeeze out. This is nasty now. In biter battles, when you have this much backed up components, you can make a rocket in 2 minutes. So every 2 minutes a rocket will come out of this silo. They will catch up to the North very, very fast if they can keep the satellites coming as well. Which I think they're just missing blue chips. Again, something they have lots of. So that's at 3 minutes 20. And I think in 2 minutes time, or it might be 2 minutes and 20 seconds, another rocket's coming out, right? Whereas the North are not that quick. So we might see the North get to 9 rockets. Oh no, look at that. They haven't even launched number 8 yet. They might come even. The South genuinely might be able to overtake them. This is a really good finish. Holy shit, I underestimated this game. I knew it would be good, don't get me wrong. But out of the 2 games I've casted today, I thought the first one was going to be... Now again, the thing is, RCUs are trickling in, but they're not really. There's like 100, 400, 250. RCUs aren't really a problem. Obviously make as many as you can. But this isn't an issue. And it's just about feeding this now. Just about feeding the satellite parts. They're kind of like lacking a little bit though in... Oh my god. Okay, that does very little. 5k. 8th rocket for them. We're moving in on number 5 for the South. Closing in on number 5. Oh. and they have some chested RCUs, so they'll build like a third of this, and then slowly build the other 2/3. Oh, this is good. Yeah, whoever voted for South is going to get paid out. Holy shit. They're going to get money. I need some of that internet money. Good game, though. I'm sorry if I'm being really focused on this one area, but this is kind of the story at the moment. There's no real use in looking at outposts or, you know, what these guys are up to, because genuine, these 2 silos are the most important thing that are on the map right now. And there we go. RCUs have tapped out at 27 out of 100. Meanwhile, we're on 83 out of 100 for rocket number 5. So 5 for the South. North are on 8. And I think before the North get to 10, the South catch up. Could this be a 10 rocket send on both sides? We could see 10v10. Oh dear. I mean, at that point, it's anybody's game, because both teams are going to have tons of pressure. Here we go, rocket number 5. In 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And there's so many leftover RCUs, so much leftover LDS. That's unreal. Mate, 5k now wins. Surely 5k wins against North Space. Yeah, let's show what was sent recently. Mutagen. Okay, so 5k of Milsci was thrown to the north, and that's changed it by 4. And they've just been, there's a spam outpost, which is just military signs, and they're just throwing that. It's okay. It's doing a bit of pumping up, but you've got to make a decision now. Do you go towards that 10 number? Do you go towards 10? Or do you go, we can make 5 now, and another 5 whilst they're defending? Because that's the thing, is that you can make these as much as you want now, right? 2 minutes a rocket. You know, that's 10 minutes time, you have another 5k. Why not send 5 now, cause chaos, and send another 5? You know, because you'll smash up parts of the base like this will get torn up. Parts of this will get absolutely destroyed. This is going to be a banger. Absolute banger. Now, here's my question. That's my question. What music do I put on once the big biters are coming? Are we going to go heavy metal? Are we going to go like battle music? Are we going to go like Viking music? Or are we going to go something funky and chill, watching a base get absolutely destroyed? How do you want to play this? Heavy? I've got 1 vote for heavy metal. I'll need to find some first, obviously, but that won't take long. It was pretty mega, mate. We did heavy metal the other day, and it was like heavy drums and electric guitars, and pretty decent. Yeah, that's the problem. If they both send at the same time, they're both in problem. They're both in difficult waters, difficult territory, but we're already halfway towards rocket number 6, and they're close to rocket number 9, so like... I don't know. Scary stuff. Is he going red? Underground? Oh, you absolute cretin. I can't believe you, Enkling. You used to be cool, man. Makes sense though, right? Maximize, optimize. I can't believe you've done this. But yeah, here we go. 83 out of 100. These guys are 83 out of 100 as well, so neck and neck. And the South are plowing on, plowing through. Can they be stopped? I don't think so. Need some speed mods for this though, my man. You're completely out. 104. Oh, this is nasty. This is quicker than a 2 minute. This is quicker than a 2 minute rocket. It's going to be a 10k versus a 10k send. And I think they get there at roughly the same time. Maybe the South get there first, actually. What's he doing? Absolute madman. He's putting more down. What? He doesn't go over 140% though, right? Am I wrong in thinking that? Like, this is now maxed and capped. He's still an absolute savage for doing it though. He's doing it for the sake of doing it. Rocket number 6 goes up. Oh my god. The South have every opportunity to win this, but the North are in control in terms of numbers, raw numbers. Also, who defends and how they defend as well is a really big deal. I mean, we're at 140%. Like, the moment these doors close, we're going to be at like 10 out of 100 and then 20 out of 100. I mean, that rocket went up at 325. Let's count this right. 325, rocket number 1 went up of this new 140% beaconed array. Oh my god. Nightmare stuff. Enkling is a nightmare person, by the way. You don't want to play against him. Genuine nightmare person. You know. 18 out of 100. We're almost, it's more than a second. Remember, we're not even at full speed now. We have to drop the speed for people on the Oh yeah, they need stack inserters here. Genuine, just throw stuff into the fire it in like a baseball pitcher. Ah, this is frightening, right? We're at a point now where it can go either way. Yeah, but it can happen though. All right, the last rocket, if they're going for 10, the last rocket is currently being built for North. If they're going for more, they could be in for a surprise. The South run number 7 and climbing, we're at 50% now. Am I looking at any deficiencies? No. RCUs will run dry soon, but they're coming in pretty quick as well. I mean, they're coming in nice and quick. What a game. What an end to the game as well. This is going to be nuts. 66. 69, nice. They're even outpacing the standard amount of rocket speed that the North are experiencing. Oh dear. When can send you? We're talking about sending already. You're almost about to hit 10k on North. Now, the only way that you snipe that is you send, once this rocket goes up and down, 7k is a snipe. That's it. There's nothing else you can do. And that was just over a minute, in fact, for a rocket. A minute. They launched at 325, it's 326. They can do a rocket a minute if they have the stuff for it. So in 3 minutes time, they could have 10k, equal to the North, who were building rockets for half an hour before they were. Let that sink in for a second. 30 minutes of rocket building for the North, compared to them being behind, but gathering the resources to build multiple. And that's the game. That ultimately is the game. We've got 20 on 24. And it's come down to this. The silo battle of an absolutely amazing game. Now, do you send this? You know? What do you do now? Is there a magic number? Is 10 even? Is that overkill? Or do you just build a rocket a minute and then? That's a good question. It's got to be asked. You know, somebody has a plan here. This isn't just random. You know, somebody needs to, at some point, take control of this. And it looks to me like they can build a few more. Satellites, but not many more. But again, we're already at 20 parts out of 100, 21. This stuff is flying in, literally flying in. North rocket, number 10. It's not even quick. It's not quick at all. In fact, we might see another one coming in. And they're getting greedy here. This is really greedy. Got you. Yeah, there's one in the way. Got you. So there's one in, one on the way. Still though, just want to try and take care of all these. I'm a South fan, by the way, right now. I love the fact that they've come back. They're crafting at 160%. They've squeezed in as many beacons as they possibly can, and they're charging into the lead. And I think if they go for 12k, that's a waste. Absolute waste. Once you run out of the RCUs, you need to send. Have to send. And RCUs are running out at the moment. They're not coming in that quick. I'd grab what we have, smash and grab, right? 8k white signs detonates North Space. 8k absolutely destroys this. Including their outposts, by the way. Oh, I'm going to take a sip of beer. This is a great game. Right. 92 out of 193. Rocket number 10 is just being made. Just now. 8 to south, 10 to north. Oh, boys, what's going on? Where are we weak? I just want it to happen now. Like, somebody's got to do it. A rocket from the north and a rocket from the south. By sending early, you lose the ability to stack the science on top of itself. So if you were to send 1,000 every time, it's less powerful than sending 5,000. And what these guys are doing is they're aiming for a number. I don't know what that number is, but they're aiming for 10,000 or 12,000 or 15,000, which is not great. They cut their LDS off as well. No, it's just coming in slowly. And they have loads backed up, or they have enough backed up. Now they run out of stuff to make the rockets quickly. You've got to make a call here now. They're running out of RCUs that are buffered. They're running out of LDSs that are buffered. And the rocket fuel's looking good. They're not building a rocket a minute now. I would send 8k is more than enough. You know, we're on, what people are forgetting as well, we're on piece of cake difficulty. We're not on I'm Too Young to Die. North, May 10. I think you boys, Ling, you could have sent by now and won the game. I'm like 99% sure of it. You could absolutely have sent, I think at 4k, because their base is so undeveloped here. Look at this. 4,000 white signs into this area, into an undefended area, would absolutely destroy them. And the nuke is on the way to their path. I think you've missed a trick here, mate. You might still win, but I wouldn't. I mean, RCUs are running low now. You're not going to be building the next 2 rockets quickly. So you have 8k here, you can throw that and do some damage, right? Because these next rockets will come in 5 minutes time each. Maybe a bit slower. I think they're holding on too long, stalling the game out. Ultimately, what they need to do is find the perfect point, the best moment to throw that winning punch. And at the moment, I don't think that they're looking at this like that. If the North are now building more rockets, Like, if they want to go for rocket 12 or 15, that's just a waste of time. And I don't mind it. Like, I'll be here to the end, but like, genuinely speaking, you don't have the parts for it. You're running out of stuff. If you send early, you cause chaos on their walls. So, you know, you could destroy stuff. They might break in. Yeah, the good things could happen. Okay, why is this guy messing with late game items? Okay. You had me nervous there. Genuinely made me nervous. Is he gonna put down another beacon? A beacon here, a beacon there, and a beacon here. I mean, that's kind of a baller play. I back it. Is there? Oh, there's room. Is there room? Just here, right? I know. What I worry about is that he's picking these beacons up whilst we're building a rocket. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just squeeze them in between launches, but you're slowing down production now. But whatever, I'm panicking. And we're still at 160, so nothing changed there. I am, yes. Alright, yes. Right, I am now the referee of the game. I'm going to ban everybody on North. I can't support the... Oh. I can't be a humble legend anymore. I need to be the referee. Alright, number 8 is being built on South. Meanwhile, the North are close to... never mind. Where's Hobermallow? I have to be humble and impartial. Terrible. Okay, see, the moment I become referee, everybody has a fucking question. Okay, rocket number 9 goes up. And RCUs are still going to be a problem for the next one. Meanwhile, the North have rocket number 11 coming in, I guess. It's not strong though. And the North have managed to get all of their laser research in. They've shored up the areas which were weak, and they're starting to build up on the areas which they need help on. Although there are some areas which are still wide open though. I'd be very worried about those. It is. It's like, I know you've got a nuke, and I've got nukes. Somebody just fucking nuke someone. Come on. It's very simple though. The soldier is the captain of the South. So he is going to have to make a call at some point. I can't imagine the soldier wanting to send more than... Like, there's no way you go over 10. Right? You can send 10 and then build more and throw them as your opposition base is getting wrecked. But if anybody grabs this now on south that isn't involved in the stack, the TSG stack, it's a ban. Like, we all know what's going on right now. We know there's a waiting period. It's not great. I want the action to happen right now. But rocket number 11, as the south are building rocket number 10. White lol, oh hi, nice to have you with us. It's been a good stream. I'm planning on getting sponsored. I'm going to be sponsored by Pot Noodle, hopefully. But look at this. Number 11 from north is now launching. And the south have number 10 of their own being built. No white signs has been sent yet. The north have 11 rockets being produced, so 11k white signs. And the south have almost 10, or the number 10 coming in. RCUs are now limited, or limiting them. Oh, it's such a close game. I mean, we're looking good on the old nuclear front as well, right? We're just trying to... This is just the closing end. 15k for 300%. I'd settle for 200%. Being deadly serious on that, I would settle easily for 200% because like North loses to that 10 times out of 10. We have to wait. Ooh, that could be that could come back and haunt you, mate. Have to wait. And again, rocket number 12 is coming in slowly. Rocket number 10 for the north is coming in, south, is coming in slowly as well, but nice and kind of in a slightly tiny... Now, if they red belted this, just imagine, dream with me for a second, an RCU red belt speeding these items directly towards the silo. You know, Martin Luther King had a dream. I have a dream where red belts and blue belts live and coexist in biter battles. Here we go. 99 out of 100. One thing I'm glad we never see is blue belts. That would be horrendous. But we now see, this is like a crucial pivotal moment in this game. The South have hit 10. I didn't think they'd even hit 5. I'm going to be honest, I was really negative earlier on. I apologise for that, but I didn't see a way that they'd win. They're hitting 10 now. There's no way they save 5 more, right? That's just ridiculous. You're signing your own death warrant then. Because you're not going to overtake the North, really, if it was both of you sending at the same time. So yeah, but it looks cool though. It looks cool and it goes fast. Alright, number 10. Now, what do we do? Are we in for the long haul? Or are we going to pull the trigger on this? Dampy knows what to do. I shit you not, boys. If you send... Yeah, see, they're already talking about the mutagen effectiveness. Can you just imagine a whole line of inserters? Just blue inserters all the way down. Oh dear. They've not really fixed this. Oh, they have? Well, okay. That's a lot of RCUs coming in all at once. See, look, they did it. Look, the red belts, guy. Look how fast that is. It's so cool. Imagine if you had a whole base that's just red belts. Obviously, I'm trolling, but yeah. Somebody's got to pull the trigger on this. 2,000 purple go across, that's kind of big. Ooh, Behemoth time. We are at Behemoth. Almost exactly at Behemoth. Actually on the nose, 90. Fair play, Nora. We're almost halfway to number 11, which means we probably have halfway to number 12. And I'll be here all night. I mean, there's not a huge amount any of these guys can really do. Other than just wait it out, like... More mixers. It's been a long day, dude. I've really enjoyed it, but I didn't expect this game to go past midnight. I don't mind it. I can stay up late tonight. It's just having to talk for this long. For the first game was 3 hours, and now this game is over 3 hours. Like, I've been streaming 4.5 hours almost. So that's like talking for like 7-8 hours. It's just yeah, I enjoy it, but I kind of want to see some action. We've been in this holding pattern for a while where nothing's happened, and we have all the tools available. It was glorious, absolutely glorious. I've been slurping away in the background so nobody could hear me. Well then, Mitai, I mean, if you join, you can just tell them, look boys, hurry up. What are we doing? Rack hack, we do have okay, so we have a rule about loading and joining because it puts server lag, and rack hack is unfortunately in that loop at the moment. It's not working, is it? We'll see if he can connect this one time. If he connects and gets dropped, I'm going to have to stop him from joining because he's not able. He's being... Oh, come on, mate. Sorry, mate. We're just going to ban you. And all that means is you're being dropped from this game. And when this game is over, we'll unban you and get you back in. But you can't be like spending 30 to 50 minutes joining a game. It just slows everything down. And the thing is, some people's computers just can't keep up with this part of the game, this time of the game. North have one more satellite, which will take them to 12. Meanwhile, the 11th rocket on South goes up. I mean, Amitai, you could message Ness and tell them to pressure their team to send. But this is just ridiculous now. There's no need to hold this much science. You could be an influencer, mate. You could influence Ness to... Oh dear. Yeah, we're not running out of anything anytime soon on the South. North are talking about how many satellites they have left. They need more blue chips for this, right? Oh, but then again, right? If you go to bed, mate, I'll be posting the VOD into the Discord tomorrow, or the end of the today anyway, so... Yeah, I get what you're saying, Lodark, but what I'm saying is that there are some parts of the base that have no defense. There's no laser defense here, right? But once they break in, they'll just bypass. You know, side swipes are real. And the thing is, some of these bases, they will get overwhelmed. So the idea is that you start causing chaos in the game itself and start forcing the issue in areas where they have to commit people. You know, once you have them to start to commit bodies to defense. If this goes on, I'm going to be honest, boys. If this goes on to like 2 a.m, I'm going to struggle to be awake to cast it. So it might be a silent cast, but yeah. I think they're too cautious, way too cautious. The first 2 to 3k could have easily broken north. Behemoth. Oh yeah, because they're at 90 plus, aren't they? Yeah, nobody's sent. Yeah, they're at 90.1. Okay, got you. So many people being dropped. But you're just allowing them a chance to reinforce. There was a time when they had 5k white and there was nothing here. The south. If the south had sent 5k, this would have been decimated. And arguably, yes, this would have survived. But it's the areas that you least efficiently defended in, like here, for instance. Exactly. So that mythical number of, oh, we need 15. You don't. You could get the job done with a lot less than that. And you could also, as well, you could send 5 and build another 5 in the background. So whilst your enemy is scrambling and they're not launching rockets or hand feeding things because they're fighting the bugs, you could be building the other 5. Do you know what I mean? So I just think they've missed a trick here. The channel points are slightly safe, but it's certainly not GG easy. But my take on this game mode is some of the player bases are way too passive. You know, there haven't been any major sends because they both realize they have rockets. So you haven't seen anything happen in like an hour now. And my argument would be, test their power out. Send a load of bugs their way, have all of their lasers firing, and deplete this. Deplete their steam buffers, deplete their fake power. Force their nuke under pressure, right? Because when there were no lasers here, they could have been threatened. Their nuke could be under attack, which means loads of players would have to come here to defend. And then if all of a sudden down here gets breached, there are players on the other side of the map, far away from this, that can't defend. I mean, if you make fake power, you deserve what you get. Is my take. Make real power. But yeah, rocket number 12. Alright, the South have caught up. They're 1 rocket behind, but the South have basically caught up now. This guy's never joining our game. I don't know where the fuck he's joining from, mate, but it's got to be like the moon or something, right? This guy's joining from a different planet. It's either that or he's playing this on a Nintendo Game Boy. One of the original grey ones, because this is taking too long, mate. 12 each. I mean, I saw that somebody throw the number 12 out, but, where is the captain of South, actually? Is the soldier even here? I'm not slowing the game down for him. I'm sorry, mate. It's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning by the time this game ends. Like, this guy has 2 games on the cards. He's not. He's not going to make a difference. And as ruthless as that sounds, yeah, I have so much stuff I need to do tomorrow. I need to go for a run. I need to see my missus. I've got to cook dinner, as well as a plethora of many other things. But yeah, fucking hell, boys. Can we get some action on? Rocket number 13, lucky number 13. Mate, I need to break into my emergency pot noodles. Okay. Where did that come from? And 13k gets sent. Thanks for whispering to me. That's great. Right, now I drop the game speed. So that enormous send has pushed everybody to 334%. Because the South are slow and second to the punch, they will send now again, pushing the Evo up to 1.95 million and 200%, but because they were 30 seconds late to send, they will be dealing with 5 million bugs on South, 90% revive rate, and they will have to defend first. What a waste of time. So yeah, the South have missed a huge opportunity here. They should have sent first. You know, what is 1,000 difference, really? Well, we can see what the difference is. It's about 40%. But I think that 292% breaks the North if the South don't have to defend first. It'll take a few seconds for us to see all of those things spawn, and then I'll pick the game speed up again. Let's change the music. Let's change the music.
Everyone.
No adverts for noodles. Everyone to wall now. Well, we will see. We shall see. The North are getting waves first. They won't be behemoth waves though, because they need effectively the bugs to spawn. So yeah, this is just a normal wave. It's not a behemoth wave. The South will be hit first. I guess they just need some other waves to die off first too. Yes, it announces it in chat, but it means... Well, actually, yeah, it's a good point. Oh, I'm turning the music up, boys. Let me know if it's a bit too loud, but yeah. I mean, I'll still talk over this, but it's nice to just see the action happen, because both bases are going to be under an enormous amount of pressure now. You love to see it. And that's wave one, by the way. That is one wave through what their base is basically set up as. That's not great. And again, punched hole. That's all it had to do was wave one, is punch a hole through. South have nothing coming through? Wow. Give their bots repair packs. Lovely. Alright, Hober's doing a good job kiting, but he is FTNS. We wouldn't expect anything else. Alright, let's pick the game speed up a little bit now that things have spawned and things have died. Let's speed things up a bit. We don't want to be sat too low. And again, yeah, look, they punched it an enormous hole through this, and that was like full lasers and stuff, so... It's now, and obviously like rockets are being built in the background as well. You know, they're still getting white science in, so they can keep sending. It's stable. Let's pick it up again. 0.7. And this is just bosses. These aren't like full waves. I don't know, man. I think the North, like, look at this. This is huge laser waves. And they're barely, like, scratching the surface on the bosses. When you have massive waves coming through, genuine, they're going to monster a lot of these lasers and flamers. You just need to wait for, like, one of the waves to amass. He's still coming in. And I just banned him from coming in. Oh, dear. This is dangerous, though. They need poison capsules here right now. Alright, Whisper with some poison capsules. Oh, the boss is coming in. Electricity's bouncing? No. What? How is electricity this bad? Are they not connected to the nuke? No, they're being smashed everywhere. Oh dear. They're being smashed everywhere. They need physical. The good news is that they have a double-layered defense. They have walls behind their walls. But they are absolutely destroying this power. And again, this is where your physical defending really works out, because that is ridiculous. Man, South fucked up. I'm sorry, they really fucked it. You could have gotten through with 10k easily. Yeah, North have got it now. Like, they just took initiative. I don't know why the South didn't send when they had fire. I watched the VOD back, but there was a point where I was like, if they send now, then it's just done for the North. And then they gave them an hour to just defend and get themselves up to speed. It's not over till it's over, you know? And the thing is, as more turrets die out, you will have more power usage. But there are parts of this base that are just under attack. And again, like, it looks to me like the North aren't... Like, where's the danger? You let them do this, boys. You let them have that. You gave them it. You gave them this. And no, it's really anticlimactic. Like, I was so rooting for the South, man. I was in South's corner. They were catching up. They had a few thousand white signs, and they had all of the open areas of the base. Like, it was so there for the taking, and they just fucked it and waited too long. And then the North sent 13,000 instead of 6 or 7, when you could have sent 4. 6 or 7 defends. You can defend 6 or 7 with this, and you had this already. And then, I don't know, maybe they break in, maybe they make it through, but they didn't have, like, defense like this. They didn't have their upgrades. The South missed a trick, man. Always push people that want to build rockets to send. Serious. They always want to hold like 20,000. It's like a shiny item, like a little gem, like Gollum, you know, from Lord of the Rings. Like, they're precious. I need 10,000 white signs. They're precious. Nah, bruv. Build 4 or 5 and send it. Make the game hard. Make it hard for your opposition. Otherwise, you end up in positions like this. Do you know what I mean? It's just... It's not about a round number. Like, look at what the opposition have. Can you beat them? Yes, do it. You know, pull the trigger. Because it's marginal gains. You're only winning by a small amount anyway. Why wait until you have as much as they do? Get as much as you need. And we've got, look, Dradian's kiting bosses outside the base, doing what you need to do. At this point, the South are fucked. Like, if they make it back from this, I don't wear a hat, but I'll find one and I'll eat it. No, do you know what? I won't do that. I'll buy one of those Maggie noodle things and I'll eat one of them. Instead of a pot noodle, because this is just barbaric. They can't kill a boss. Power is jumping all over the place. How many reactors do they have? 12 reactors and you don't have enough power for this? I don't know, boys. And they're not really breaking through. They kind of have, and they haven't. Oh, Jesus. It doesn't even matter, like that. Don't rely on fake power. Steam buffers are terrible. They're never there for you when you need them. Never. And they're trying to pile pressure onto the North, and the North are now dealing with a similar kind of amount of white, but like the South are just being destroyed. I mean, fair play on defense, like they're defending well, but look at this though, mate. And the thing is, it's not like every laser's firing. We're just seeing corner areas of lasers firing. Like the nuke should be able to deal with this. Alright, dredging goes down. It should be okay. We'll balance it to see if it bounces up and down. But they're still sending white. Yeah, I'll need to drop the game speed. The thing is, I don't want to keep it at 0.5 for the whole of the game. So what I tend to do is I go down to 8 and then to 7. And then when there's like a decent balance, then we kick it back up again. Just, yeah, they're in. They are in. And the North have pretty much got this, unless the South can hold out. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Great song. Yeah, I'm also cognizant of lagging players out as well. I don't want to do that. Like, you should be able to defend the end of this game. You know, I don't want to have it at 1 and then all of a sudden half of North or South get DC'd. Brutal. Brutal. Great song. Classic. Maybe one stream we do karaoke stream. Because I'm kind of a legend. I love a bit of karaoke, me mate. I love a sing-song. I'm not going to do it now, though. I've had a beer. If I'm going to embarrass myself, I want to do it stone cold sober. But this is inevitable. Absolutely inevitable. You know, I'm not being... the one thing I'm not a legend at, being an arsehole. South Outpost. Things, they've got power for their lasers. The revive thing is killing them though. Look at this. 90% revive rate. Every time you kill a bug, you have 10% chance of killing it for good. That is broken. And again, these bosses are like one-tapping these turrets. No, just 90% flat. Literally, 90% flat. It goes down, it comes back up, it has another 90% chance of going down again and coming back up. It's horrendous. So let's watch this bug, this boss. Down and up, down and up, down and up, down and up. And he's back. It's the return of the Mac. He's still alive, just like Tupac. There's a chance, yeah. The good news is, yeah, they don't come back with boss health. Now again, look at this. They have been broken into, and there is a chance that the North do lose this if they don't kite correctly. But they're far away from the ejector, in fact. I don't know if they're quick enough. This could be the beginning of the end for the North. Would we be looking at a really close finish? Power isn't jumping for them though. That's my issue. Power isn't jumping for the North. But they have lost a lot here, you know. Oh, Whisper's gone down. And the Bugs are in. Nah, there's no way. You'd have to kite like a maniac. And they've lost all of this as well. Look at that, all of this line of wall. Yeah, the one power pole that's powering the whole base just goes down. It's... The North would have to really seriously screw up their defense. And they only have to defend in this area. It's so done. Yeah, the North reactor is 16. So 15 and 1. And all well fed as well. You know, they're not running out of fuel anytime soon. Whereas with this, output full, steam buffer. Some of these aren't even working. That's not even spinning, boys. Look at that. It's not even on. How sad is that? I'm super sad for that. There's a whole block here that just don't get any steam. Yeah, you're right. You are right. It's just, yeah, just plug them in properly. Like, you know, like this. And then you can do a little mini steam buffer at the end of it, but yeah, that hurts my face. Okay. There are more waves coming in, aren't there, though? We're not completely out of the water yet. Carl's kiting. Bosses are making it through deeper into the base. Do we have lasers around the silo? Not really. Not really at all. Thing is, these bosses are ripping through. Punching holes at least. It's just a little too late. Shame, real shame. It's such a close finish, man. If the South had sent 1,000 less earlier, yeah, the North are done. I'm gonna clip this game back up. I'm gonna look through this because there were areas over here, over here, over here. You had 5k, man. You should have sent. Easy to sit in my position, but I've seen enough of this. Like, I've played enough of these games. People wait too long. Way too long. I think it's time for me to start captaining again. I need to start actually running some games and like maybe streaming it so that you guys see what happens behind the scenes. We would be asleep by now. We'd all be away. Or at the very least, I'd be Googling, you know, how to put my face onto a pot noodle and make it 3D and spin on my Twitch stream. I kid you not, boys, that's going to happen. By the time I load this stream back up next, there will be a spinning pot noodle ghosty. It's going to happen. And if any of you out there are 3D artists, DM me. I want to make it happen. I'm going to send that to Pot Noodle themselves, get sponsored, and then we're going to host Biter Battle tournaments. We're going to be in Cologne, Gamescom, Seattle, you name it. Oh look, we need power. Good job that these are all turned on. Oh, come on boys, what's wrong? Just everything. The good news is they're fighting across. So they're not diving into the base, they're fighting across the laser wall, which means they are eventually kind of dying out. The North are taking a beating too. Absolutely taking a beating. But not to the same extent. Is there any area that's being like just beaten up with no remorse? No, they're through here. Here, I guess. And here, so they finally made it to the edges of the base. Just lots of missed opportunities, you know. I feel like there's somebody's going to play this game one day, and they're going to look at the way that we play the game and go, that makes no sense. Why wouldn't you throw this amount at this time when you see this? You know, why wouldn't you be aggressive at this point? We're too nice to each other, I think. We play a little bit too softly, where we allow both teams to do what they want. If you're in a fight with somebody, you need to fight them. You need to physically fight them. $140. Yeah. They want to play SimCity, yeah, and that's half the battle. They forget that at the end of the game, this happens. You know, so it's all nice until you die. And then all of a sudden, all of your buildings are being broken, your whole base is fucked. So there are keen, opportunistic moments where you can have a really strong impact. And that a lot of the time is dictated of how you read the game. And also the timings. There was a timing earlier. I mean, look at the state of South. Nothing exists on their front line anymore. That red color is what's left. It didn't have to be like this. It really didn't have to be like that. And you're just watching now, like you're just a witness to this. They're just coming in. It's going to take everything. They've wiped out almost the entirety of the front line of South. And unless a group of bugs charge down, you know, North space, it's inevitable. Yeah, I think that might be the solution. I'm going to captain a game very soon. And I might need to stream it on delay. So that nobody can kind of like read what we're up to. Might mute Discord. Or mute my stream whilst I talk on Discord. And go from there. But it'll take a miracle for the South to win this. There's like nothing happening other than people just getting dropped. Let's pick things up a little bit and see. It's still going. That's a good spot. It's still the train that could. The Thomas the Tank Engine. Although they're not really built. They don't have as much to send across. Another 1,000 goes over. They're still building a rocket, fair play to them. They've sent a lot. The North have sent 14, the South have 15. The South have sent more. But you love a bit of writing. It's just, yeah, they're getting tied up on the getting tied up here, but these bugs haven't got much longer. I don't think they've got the lasers to replace either. Another 1,000 goes across to South as well, so yeah, they're just ratcheting us up. And again, poison capsules at this point don't do anything. Like, these guys are just walking in. We're talking, the South didn't mess up, but the North had a huge advantage. And then there was a window the South could have easily punished the North. Easily. And they didn't. And they got into an arm wrestle they couldn't win. And now we're looking at the South getting decimated. As the train with blue chips does another drop off. The strategy was correct though from both sides. They hit timings well. But yeah, they're just missed opportunities. It's the way I'd phrase this and frame it. Really easily missed opportunities. Finally, a pack of bosses have made their way across laterally. Okay, so they must have broken in over here somewhere. So we're not far away from the end of this. I'm impressed of how close this game was, but yeah, one team really missed a chance to throw a big punch. These games are different every week though, and we'll be having them every week, and we have had them every week for a year now, so this time next week on Saturday, there'll be another one. Feel free to join me, mate. I'm going to be here. For any of you that are watching, we host this on a Saturday. It's called the Captain's Game. This one was slightly more organised because we had 2 stacks of players playing against each other. We almost hit 30 versus 30, which is 60 people at any given time playing Vita Battles, which is kind of cool. It's still going on. We're just watching them slowly creep towards. This is like me heading towards a kebab shop at 3 o'clock in the morning after a night out. I'm just crawling my way there. Although, what I need to do as well is I'm going to raid somebody at the end of this, and I need some suggestions. Is there anybody streaming at the moment that... Oh, well, it's not Factorio, but a friend of mine streaming Apex. I don't know, does that sound like something you guys would be happy to raid just to say hello? Let me check the Factorio first. Yeah, these bosses are not long for. Oh, Anti's up. He is. I'll tell you what, I'll flip a coin, because my friend's only got 40 viewers. and it would make her day if we appear and just say hello. Anti has 500 viewers, and again, I massively respect him. He's a huge presence in the Factorio space. But I like to help small streamers out. I'm obviously a small streamer. I'm massive, and I'm very humble and legendary. But if it's okay with you, just say hello. Literally just go, hey, how's it going? Oh, I love this game, blah, 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 and then you can leave. But I think it would make a day if we all just say hello to her. And it would make my day that knowing that I'm helping support somebody who's just doing it for fun. They're not doing it for the money or for the sponsorship. I will be sponsored soon by Pot Noodle. Stay tuned for that. But yeah, we're about to see the very, very end. Are they healing it? Is somebody here with a repair pack? Hidden away? And that's tragic, isn't it? As a rocket is about to go to space, it explodes. And that's good game. And thank you for joining me, everybody. It's been a really good night, to be honest. Again, we do this every week. My name's Ghosty Repair Packet. That's going to become meta. I will have, by the time I come back next week, I will have a spinning pot noodle. I guarantee it. It's going to happen. well played to the North team as well before we finish this off. Well played, everybody, really. It's been a great game. Thanks for joining me. I know it's kind of late for some people. And yeah, I'm going to throw that raid out. Feel free to join in. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine as well. Yeah, I say why not. Let me just get her username so I don't get this wrong and we raid some random person. No. Here we go. She's playing Apex, so feel free to say hello. Have a good rest of your weekend, guys. I really hope you do. And I'll catch you around at the next one. Enjoy.
Oh my gosh, oh no. GG! So, was that person not solo? None of them were solo.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Ghosty, thank you so much for the rain. We died. Yeah. I know.
Wild.
Ranked up though. How much? 251. How many kills did I get? Too many. I only wanted one.
You got the money?
Please. I just needed one kill.
Way overdid it.
No, I overdid it. Oh gosh.
Oh wait, actually, play.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna take my doggies out. We'll be back.
Okay.
So if you're gonna get more wine, I will refill coffee. That
Okay. Yeah.
All right.